We're dancing.
It has been a strange week of sorts for the Lancaster Barnstormers, the same team that won 4 in a row, scoring 36 runs on 45 hits, over the last couple of ball games has managed just one run on a ninth-inning homer by Caleb Gindel last night on a mere 8 hits. So the ups and downs of the season continue. The Barnstormers do open tonight, tied for first place in the Northern Division with Southern Maryland now just 2 games ahead of the York Revolution and 2.5 ahead of the Long Island Ducks. Everything got compressed last night in the results of the Friday night games, with Lancaster losing here 9-1 and a 12-1 thrashing of Southern Maryland by the York Revolution. There is a switch with the Barnstormers tonight. Cameron Gann is going to making the start for the Barnstormers instead of Tommy Shirley. As we had told you last night, we don't have the story on exactly what happened. Shirley may or may not go tomorrow. The greater likelihood is that Zach Smith is going to jump back in and make the start here tomorrow in the 3rd game of the series. Gann, as you know, was magnificent last Sunday. He threw 5 shutout innings against West Virginia, striking out 11 batters. 2 of the other 4 outs were on foul pop-ups. They really had a hard time getting anything in play against Cameron last Sunday. His mound opponent tonight is Anderson De Leon, who's pitched reasonably well when he's faced the Barnstormers, but is 0-1 on the season. The starting lineups for tonight's game for the Barnstormers, it will be Caleb Gindel leading off in right field. The second baseman batting number 2 is Blake Allemond. Alejandro Diaz is in center field batting 3rd. The cleanup hitter is the first baseman Kelly Dugan. Trayvon Robinson, the designated hitter, will bat 5th. Anderson De La Rosa is doing the catching. He is batting in the number 6 slot. Devon Torrance in left field batting 7th. The third baseman hitting 8th is Jake Hoover. Cleo Luis Rondon is at shortstop. He will bat 9th for the Barnstormers here tonight with Gann on the hill. For Long Island, it will be Vladimir Frias leading off at shortstop. The second baseman batting number 2 will be Steve Lombardozzi. Lou Ford is the DH hitting 3rd. The cleanup batter is the left fielder L.J. Mazzilli. Debinson Romero will bat 5th. He will play first base. Sal Giardina is the catcher batting 6th. The third baseman in the number 7 slot will be Jesse Berardi. Ty Kelly, the center fielder, will bat 8th. And Johnny Turbo is in right field batting 9th for Long Island this evening. On the hill, Anderson De Leon. He comes in with a 4-3 record and a 4.73 earned run average. It's the Barnstormers against the Long Island Ducks. In the second game of a 4-game series, it was pretty much all Long Island here last night. The Ducks winning 9-1. Our season series against Long Island is tied at 6 each. Temperatures still in the low to mid 70s here on Long Island. I believe it got up to about 76 today. The wind, however, has switched. Last night it was blowing in from left, and tonight it seems to be blowing out to left field, although it can be a little tricky to read the flags here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Big crowd expected tonight. They are filing in. The Barnstormers getting ready to take on the Long Island Ducks. The Ducks have yet to make their charge out onto the field of play. The Barnstormers, with some guys still getting loose on the field, it looks like we have perhaps a slight delay before we can get going here this evening, and I'm not exactly certain what the source of that delay would be. The Barnstormers needed some time to get the lineup card out. Wally Backman had been standing there waiting, if you will, but the Barnstormers were not late. Projected 6:35 start. The home plate meeting is ticketed for 6:30. And Jeff Bianchi came out with the lineup card right at the 6:30 time slot. But the Ducks still getting loose down the right field line, and some of the Barnstormers still stretching out on left center field as we wait on the Ducks to race out onto the field and get the national anthem and baseball going tonight here on Long Island in the community of Central Islip. So now the kids are lined up, and they will be heading to the field once they are introduced. Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks with 2 more games in this series, both daytime games. We will get underway at 1:35 tomorrow and again on Monday afternoon. Anderson De Leon and the Long Island Ducks take to the field. The Ducks are wearing black tonight. The Barnstormers are in their red jerseys for the second game of this series. Introductions continue here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, and once they are ready to go with the national anthem, we will send you down to the field of play for the performance of tonight's opening ceremonies, but they've got color guards and groups of kids to get through before they are ready to go with the national anthem prior to tonight's ball game between the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks. Sun is just about gone for this evening. We noticed that by about 7:15 last night. The shadows completely coated the stadium, and days continue to get shorter. So now we'll send you down to the field. Here is our Star Spangled Banner.
Bless America. Oh, still can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of God, the brave.
All right, very well done here this evening. The national anthem at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. We get the second game of this 4-game series underway here this evening. Our umpiring crew has Joe Iglio signaling the balls in strength this evening. Silvio Martinez is at first base, and Jim Grillo will be calling the shots over on the third base side. Again, a lovely night for baseball, just as it was a night ago. Not a great night for the Lancaster Barnstormers, however. They were stymied for the first 8 innings on just 3 hits and 1 walk. Caleb Gindel, who will be leading off momentarily, homered to start off the 9th inning off of left-hander Clint Freeman, as the Barnstormers got their lone run of the last 2 games on the board. So tonight it is Anderson De Leon with the start for the Long Island Ducks. De Leon from Brooklyn, not a big man. He's just 5'7" and 150 pounds. He has some pretty good stuff. The Barnstormers have had their share of trouble with him. 9 hits, 4 runs in 8 1/3 innings, and at times he has been pretty good. He actually was the losing pitcher back on the 17th of August in the opener of the scheduled 3-game series between these 2 ball clubs in Lancaster. He pitched pretty well. He gave up 7 hits, 3 runs in 5 1/3 innings. He came out on the short end of a great effort, 3-1 The Barnstormers won that ball game. Zach Smith throwing 5 shutout innings in that one, and Ladarius Clark had the game-saving catch at the very end of the night. So Gindel will be leading off. Caleb hitting .284. He has 25 home runs on the season, and Gindel has driven in 66. He is 4 away from Ryan Harvey's single-season home run record as a Barnstormer. Harvey connected 29 times back in 2013. Gindel has consecutive 20-plus homer seasons as a Barnstormer. The first pitch by De Leon is driven to straightaway center field. Racing over is Ty Kelly for the catch. Gindel hit the ball hard starting off the night last night, too. He flied out to the warning track, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty decent night for the Barnstormers at the plate, and then so little happened afterwards. Blake Alleman comes to the plate. Alleman has dipped to .276 now with 18 home runs and 45 driven in. A pitch to him, a fastball to the inner part of the plate. It is 0-1. Alleman is just 4 out of his last 25. It doesn't seem like he's in a slump, but the numbers indicate that he's in at least a mild one. Swing and a miss. And it is no balls and 2 strikes on Alleman. Alejandro De Aza, the center fielder, is the on-deck batter for the Barnstormers. Breaking ball, that is cut on and missed, and Alleman is gone on just 3 pitches. 2 up and 2 down against De Leon here in the first inning with De Aza stepping in. He's the one guy who's been hot the last couple of nights. The Barnstormers haven't done much to back him up, but out of the 8 hits in these last 2 games, De Aza has half of them. He was 3 for 4 last night. His average for the year now, .320, with 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53. 2 very quick outs for De Leon here in the top half of inning 1. The 5'7" right-hander getting the signal, and his pitch to De Aza skips all the way to the backstop, 1-0. His catcher tonight, speaking of De Leon, is Sal Giardina. Jesse Berardi at third. Vladimir Frias is at short. Second baseman is Steve Lombardozzi. Debinson Romero at first. L.J. Mazzilli is the left fielder with Ty Kelly in center and Johnny Turbo out in right. 1-0, the count to De Aza. De Leon comes back, and his fastball is wide. De Aza gains the advantage at 2-0. Kelly Dugan, the first baseman, scheduled to bat next. De Leon was drafted by Cincinnati in the 24th round just 4 years ago out of Community College in Iowa. That ball is parked toward the gap in right center field and down for extra bases. De Aza will cruise into second. He's got the 2-out double as Alejandro has his 4th consecutive base hit. De Aza, 23 for 45, hitting .511 against Long Island, which is somewhere at the level of ridiculous. They can't find a way to get him out. It is up to Dugan to bring him home. De Aza at second base with his 18th 2-base hit of the campaign. Dugan stands in, .336 with 11 home runs, 65 knocked in. The motion and the pitch. Kelly swings, and he hits a high fly ball to right field. This will be easy for Turbo. He puts it away. Dugan is retired, and that will take care of the Barnstormers here in the top half of the first inning. No runs on 1 hit with no errors. De Aza left at second base. We're through a half an inning. It is Lancaster nothing, and Long Island about to come up.
I'd say
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Cameron Gann was sensational against the West Virginia Power last Sunday afternoon. He struck out 11 in just 5 innings. Pitching shutout baseball, the Barnstormers would go on to win the game by the score of 11-1. Overall, Gann making his second start and his 6th appearance as a Barnstormer. He's thrown 13 in the 3rd innings, allowing 9 hits, 5 earned runs. He's walked 11 and struck out, get this, 24 batters in the 13 and the 3rd innings. How does that translate? Well, if you look at it this way, it is 16.2 strikeouts per 9 innings of work. That is, again, somewhere up at the ridiculous level. 1-0 with a 3.38 ERA. The one time he faced the Long Island Ducks, well, they couldn't hit the ball. Hardly anybody put it in play, but he walked 6, hit a batter, struck out 3, and got 1 ground out. That was the one night that Gann was off. The Barnstormers would eventually win that ball game by a score of 9-8. Backing him up defensively, the 3rd baseman is Jake Hoover. Clay Luis Rondon is at shortstop. Blake Alleman at 2nd, and Kelly Dugan is the 1st baseman. Devon Torrance is in left. The center fielder is Alejandro De Aza. Caleb Gindel is in right. And Anderson De La Rosa catching for the 2nd consecutive game in this series. Gann, the right-hander, came up with the Arizona Diamondbacks out of Stephen F. Austin. He is a Texas native from Crandall, Texas. Gann, 6 feet tall, 203 pounds, and 28 years of age, not terribly far, just a few weeks off from his 29th birthday. Vladimir Frias leads off for Long Island here tonight. Gann's first pitch onto the inside corner for a called strike. A little bit more of the same that we saw just 6 days ago. It is 0-1 to Frias, a .302 hitter with 35 runs batted in. Foul ball back into the screen. Cameron working ahead at no balls and 2 strikes here. Steve Lombardozzi and Lou Ford scheduled to follow. In the bottom of the 1st inning, the Barnstormers got a 2-out double from Alejandro De Aza. That would be it. In the top half of the inning, De Aza left stranded at 2nd base. 0-2, Gann to Frias. The fastball is high and tight, spinning Vladimir around. It is ball 1 and 2 strikes. Gann is capable of getting his fastball up to about 95.5 miles an hour and staying there as a starting pitcher, which is much to his credit. He looks awfully good as a starter, something he really hadn't done since college. 1 ball, 2 strikes, target set by De La Rosa, and that is grounded into right field and a base hit for Frias starting off the ball game. Vlad able to wrap the 1-2 pitch from Cameron Gann into right. Steve Lombardozzi, the 2nd baseman, steps in, batting .316, 13 home runs for Lombardozzi, who has driven in a club-leading 62 on the season. Lombardozzi 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored a night ago. Frias, the runner at first base, he has stolen 11 and been caught only once, picking his spots nicely, not going certainly every time he gets out there. Out to a lead, he'll stay put. The first pitch to Lombardozzi is a tad low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. The Ducks have been a much better team at home this year than on the road. Their team earned run average is about a run and a half better in this ballpark. Gann is low to Lombardozzi, and 2 balls and no strikes as Long Island builds a threat here in the bottom half of the 1st inning. The Barnstormers would love to stay above 500. They have been there for a few days now. They were 1 game below, won 4 in a row. Now they've dropped 2. A loss tonight, and they would be right back to the 500 barrier. Pitch is outside, Frias on the move, and De La Rosa hunts him down. Guns him down, the out goes 2-6. Frias thrown out stealing on a play that really wasn't close, but now it is 3 balls and no strikes on Steve Lombardozzi. Vladimir Frias caught stealing for the 2nd time this year. De La Rosa claims his 13th. Now a strike to the inside edge on Lombardozzi, and it is 3-1 on the one-time Washington National. from a baseball playing family. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Fouled, and 3-2, and they're all second basemen. That's what Uncle Chris played back in the day in the New York Yankees organization. 3 balls, 2 strikes. De La Rosa sets the target. Gann ready to deliver. The pitch is low, and Cameron has walked Lombardozzi. The Ducks now with a 1-out base runner here in the first inning. Lou Ford will step in. Ford kept quiet last night. He was 0 for 3 as the designated hitter. Back in that role again this evening. 245 with a home run and 16 runs batted in for the oldest player in the Atlantic League this season. Ford has been in a Ducks uniform more seasons than anybody else in Atlantic League history as a player. If you want to look at managers and coaches, you've got to, of course, look at Sparky Lyle and Ross Peoples, and Brett Jody. But Ford on the field has been in uniform longer than anyone else. Fastball just off the outside corner. It's ball 1 to Ford. Lombardozzi is the runner at first base with 1 out here in the first inning. Again, not having a great deal of ease locating the strike zone, which was the case the last time he faced Long Island. 1-0 pitch. Cameron's low again for ball 2. It really doesn't seem to be anything the Ducks do to him. It's purely coincidental from what I can tell. Two and 0 on Lou Ford. Wandering off first is Lombardozzi. Here's the motion. Gann delivers, and this is lofted on the right side. Kelly Dugan sprinting back after it, and he will have no play. It's into the crowd, which continues to fill in tonight here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Ballpark's been the same. It's looked the same, hasn't moved, hasn't changed, except that it has undergone some name changes as the sponsorship has changed. The naming rights have changed over the years. But now Fairfield Properties has the naming rights to this facility. 2-1, and Ford able to turn on that and pull it foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes from Gann. Ford popped up, struck out, and flied out, facing Niall Ball each time last night. Ball ended up on the short end of the 9-1 score, despite allowing only 6 base runners. 5 of them came across the plate. He worked 6 innings. You give up just 1 base runner an inning, generally you're going to succeed, but not the case for Niall a night ago. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ford. Lombardozzi, 13 for 17, stealing second base. He is going to stay put, and the pitch is grounded right over second base. A base hit into center. All 3 batters have reached against Cameron Gann, and it's first and second with 1 out. L.J. Mazzilli will be coming to the plate. Mazzilli, a .328 hitter with 6 home runs and 48 runs batted in.
Left fielder, number 13, L.J. Mazzilli.
Frias singled into right field and was thrown out stealing, but Lombardozzi has since walked, and Ford has just grounded a base hit into center field. Mazzilli digging in. Again, not the biggest power hitter among the cleanup guys in the Atlantic League, but he is a very good run producer. He's knocked in 48 for the year last night, 1 on a sac fly. First pitch from Gann reaches the outside corner, and a good start against Mazzilli. It is 0-1. First and second with 1 out in the bottom of inning number 1. Shadows have just about covered the entire playing surface now. A few spots, the sun showing throughout in center. Foul ball back over the net, up toward the sweet level here. I don't believe it got all the way there. Seemed to carry him down below. Mazzilli bats at 0-2. Lancaster looking to turn it around. The Barnstormers, in all likelihood, need to win the second half to advance to the postseason. And I say that because there are so many remaining games against this Long Island team. Lexington is not really in the race in the second half. And because of that, if you only have Long Island possibly winning the second half to create a wild card spot, but for the Barnstormers to be a wild card trailing Long Island, it's going to take a very, very bizarre split of the games and results for Southern Maryland and York. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, and again it's grounded right into center field for a base hit. Lombardozzi is coming. Diaz's throw is going to hop on through, but late. RBI single for Mazzilli, and different results for Cameron Gann than what we saw last Sunday. It's 1-0 Ducks. They still bat with runners at first and second and one out. Debinson Romero, the first baseman, will come to the plate. That is 3 ground ball singles off of Cameron here tonight. Romero, a .278 hitter with 6 home runs and 28 knocked in, will come to the plate. Gann needs a double play or at least a couple of quick outs. They have really put the pressure on him. Ground singles up the middle, back to back. And now to Romero, a first pitch strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. The Ducks are 3 for 3 at the start of the night. West Virginia, if they're following this ball game, they've got to wonder how that's even possible against Gann. High pop fly, shallow center field, racing in Diaza. He is there. Gann jammed Romero, gets him for the second out. Now the catcher, Sal Giardina, steps in. Giardina hitting .303. He's had 5 home runs, 2 of them at Clipper Magazine Stadium. And 33 runs batted in. He had a 2-homer game at Clipper Magazine Stadium the last time the Ducks were in town. Hit the second one off of Schumann. And you know Scott doesn't give up very many home runs. It was a game-tying shot, and then the Barnstormers walked off thanks to Blake Allemond in the bottom half of that same 9th inning. Ford, the runner at second. Mazzilli is on at first. 2 outs. The batter is Giardina. Gann to the low set position, kicks, fires, and Giardina drives this deep toward the gap, right center field. Sprinting back on this is Diaza. He'll reach up and make the grab to end the inning. Gann is through it with minimal damage. 1 run on 3 hits with no errors. There were 2 runners left on base. Once again, the Barnstormers give up the first run of a ball game. We'll see if they can recover it here tonight. It is at the end of 1, Long Island 1, and the Barnstormers nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the Barnstormers in the second inning, it will be Trayvon Robinson, Anderson De La Rosa, and Devon Torrance stepping in. Blake Galen is not in the lineup for Lancaster this evening. Pretty much limited just to the DH role. Barnstormers also on the bench have Anthony Peroni, Ladarius Clark, and Nick Schumpert for duties later on. Here is Robinson to get the inning underway. 237 with 8 homers, 42 runs batted in for Trayvon. Barnstormers had the 2-out double in the first inning. Gindel hit the ball well, but lined right at Kelly. Kelly Dugan flied to straightaway right field to end it. De Leon to the plate, and Robinson fouls that off the end of the bat to the very top of the screen, just off to the third base side. No balls and 1 strike the count. Defense just around to the right against the switch hitting DH. 0-1. Robinson looks at a breaking ball across for a second strike. It's 0-2. The Barnstormers really could use his bat to come back to life. Dugan needs to flip the switch back on again. He grew cold pretty suddenly. Deaza and ultimately Peroni are the only 2 guys at all on hot streaks. Robinson lifts a fly ball to right center. Gliding over on this is Kelly to make the catch. It's the 3rd out in the air for Anderson De Leon, 1 away. Anderson De La Rosa will come to the plate. 259 for De La Rosa, 4 homers. He has driven in 43 for the season. Barnstormers' primary receiver catching for the 2nd straight game in this series. We are likely to see Peroni tomorrow afternoon. And Anderson may be back on Monday afternoon on the Labor Day holiday. Here is the delivery and a strike to the outside corner on De La Rosa. De Leon showing no signs of wildness whatsoever here tonight, and he typically doesn't, just 26 walks in 78 innings. Fouled at the plate, and he's got De La Rosa at 0-2. Well, the Barnstormers have run into 3 straight right-handers throwing strikes. Thompson and then Harkin and now De Leon, and they haven't been able to catch up to it. A very patient hitting ball club that draws a ton of walks typically. 0-2, and a De La Rosa ground ball left side. That'll sneak through for a base hit. A Barnstormer aboard with 1 out. Jesse Berardi with the diving effort to his left. Couldn't come up with it. Anderson De La Rosa, who lost a 6-game hitting streak last night, starts off his Saturday evening with a single. Overall, De La Rosa is now 9 out of his last 27. It's not a tremendously hot streak, but he'll take it. The Barnstormers will take that leadoff base hit. Devon Torrance stepping in, 246 hitter with 15 driven in. 1 out. The runner at first base is De La Rosa, and Torrance will look at an off-speed pitch across for a strike. It is 0-1. De Leon falls behind nobody. Oh and 1 to Torrance. That's in the dirt and gets away from Giardina. De La Rosa will be able to motor ahead into scoring position on the wild pitch. De Leon misses, and actually misses rather badly here in the 2nd inning for the wild pitch. Little bit of a gift to the Barnstormers. And now Torrance will try to pick up the RBI. Those have been relatively sparse for Devon as of late. He'd love one here. 1-0 Ducks, and a Torrance swing and a fly ball hit to right field. Over goes Turbo. He will make the catch. De La Rosa is going to sprint for third. There will be a relay throw from Frias. It's late. Anderson De La Rosa arrives safely at third base on the deep fly out by Torrance. Now it's up to Jake Hoover, a 227 hitter with 14 runs batted in on the year. Barnstormers down by a run here in the second inning. They need Hoover to come through to tie the score. De Leon has missed the strike zone the sum total of 3 times against 7 batters. That is how sharp he has been so far. Lancaster does have a couple of base hits. To Hoover, a swing and a miss. Jake goes down a strike. It is 0-1. Clea Luis Rendon, the shortstop, is due next. 3 hits, all singles for the Ducks in the first inning, producing the 1 run after the aborted start. Frias getting thrown out stealing. Pitch to Hoover way outside and low and saved by Giardina. Barnstormers awfully close to getting the tying run home there. Appears that Jeff Bianchi is coaching third base tonight. Melvin Mercedes is across at first. One ball, 1 strike, and a Hoover. Ball off the outside corner. Jake with the advantage, 2-1, as De Leon has missed with a couple in a row after being just about pinpoint perfect through his first 18 pitches of the night. Two and one. Hoover looking to drive in De La Rosa from third. The pitch. Breaking ball is there. And Jake now bats at 2-2. De Leon close to getting out of the inning. The Barnstormers picking up the base hits tonight, but so far 2 at bats with a runner in scoring position, both resulting in routine fly balls to right field. Hoover gets the 3rd shot. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. De Leon to the plate. He's upstairs, filling the count on Hoover. It's 3-2. The outfield cheats Jake toward the right side. I'm a little surprised they're not a bit closer. Payoff is due. 3-2 on the way. Ground ball, base hit, left field. Hoover delivers, and the Barnstormers have tied the game. In to score is De La Rosa. Hoover with the RBI single. He knocks home his 15th of the year. The Barnstormers have Hoover at first base with 2 outs. Rendon stepping in. Clea Luis Rendon at .251 with 5 homers. He has knocked in 40. Hoover is not a guy who drives the ball terribly well, but boy, is he pesky in key situations. And he is able to drive in a clutch run here in the second inning tonight. It's his 3rd tying or go-ahead RBI since joining the Barnstormers. Rendon at the plate against De Leon. The first pitch, a fastball wide. Ball 1 and no strikes on Clea Luis. Hoover a threat to go as well. He's stolen 4. We'll see if De Leon checks him at any point. Jake does take off. The pitch is low. Giardina double clutched on the throw. And Hoover is in with his 5th stolen base of the season. Lancaster moving another man to scoring position. Meanwhile, the count is in Rendon's favor. 2-0 with a runner at second base. The Barnstormers have not been stealing many bases lately either. If I am correct, that is their first stolen base in 7 games. 2-0, and Rendon pops this up on the left side. Right straight back along the line is Berardi, just in foul ground. He makes the catch. Rendon's retired, but the Barnstormers tie it up with a run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left in scoring position. We will go to the bottom of the second inning. The Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks are tied at 1.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Tie ball game. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It will be the bottom trio for Long Island: Jesse Berardi, Ty Kelly, and Johnny Turbo stepping into the batter's box for the Long Island Ducks. Barnstormers just tied the game. 2-out RBI single for Jake Hoover, driving in Anderson De La Rosa. Lancaster with 3 hits. That's as many as they got in 7 innings in the second game of the doubleheader on Thursday, and as many as they had in the first 8 innings last night. On the upswing is the offense. Throw goes through from De La Rosa, and Berardi gets ready to step to the plate. Jesse Berardi at 251. He has 7 home runs, and he has driven in 28 on the campaign. Last 4 batters all hit the ball straight away against Gann. A couple of singles up the middle and a couple of flyouts to De Aza. Third baseman Hoover up on the grass against the lefty batting Berardi, and that's hit straight away too, just backwards. No balls and a strike. Completely behind the dish and over the stadium rooftop off the bat of Berardi. Here's the kick, Gann to the plate, and this is pulled in the air out to right field. Walking for it is Gindel. He had the bead the entire way. Berardi is retired. We have 1 out. Ty Kelly stepping in, the center fielder for the Long Island Ducks at 265 with 7 doubles and just a couple of runs batted in. Former New York Met and Philadelphia Philly, Ty Kelly, facing former Diamondbacks AAA reliever Cameron Gann. Was at Reno for quite some time this season. The Diamondbacks let him go. The Barnstormers picked him up, and very glad to have him. Ball 1 and no strikes. The count to Kelly. Gann comes back, and he finds the inside corner. Leveling the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Fireworks coming up following the game tonight. The last time we were here for a fireworks show, just a few weekends ago, we saw the biggest crowd that we have seen this entire season in any facility, 7,101 here on the Saturday night. It doesn't look quite that big tonight, but still pretty full. Fastball is there. Kelly bats at 1-2 against Gann. Cameron getting through that difficult stretch in the first inning, the first 4 batters reaching against him. Now 1-2 in the dirt. Kelly refused to go for it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On deck is the right fielder, Johnny Turbo. Here's the motion, and the breaking ball arcs inside. Gann has flushed out the count against Kelly at 3-2. Next offering is looped out to left center field. Racing in is De Aza. He scoops it up, played it on the short hop, and ultimately a very good stop for Alejandro. Torrance was racing over to back up on the play, but still, if that ball gets away from Alejandro, Kelly's in scoring position. Johnny Turbo steps in, 289 with 3 home runs and 16 driven in. Kelly has 1 stolen base so far. I don't know how inclined they are to start runners at this point. Gann's first pitch at the knees to Turbo, called strike. It is 0-1. 4 hits now for Long Island, all singles. 3 of them to center field. This last one a little more toward left center. Swing and a miss. Turbo was fooled and swung late. Down a couple of strikes. 0-2. Kelly at first base with 1 man gone. Here in the bottom of the second inning, a 1-1 score. No balls, 2 strikes. The fastball is chipped foul. Turbo remains alive. The count continuing at 0-2 on the number 9 batter and tonight right fielder. Dugan holds the runner. Here's the 0-2. Spins outside and low. Gann not able to get his breaking ball across for strikes consistently, at least not yet. They see it coming and they're laying off of it. Ball 1 and 2 strikes and a Turbo fastball. That's just low. And we go to 2-2. Johnny Turbo signed with the Phillies all the way back in 2006. He got to Reading in 2012, went over to the A's after that. He's played at the AAA level, though not terribly long. Runner goes. Here's the 2-2. Ball 3 is low, and De La Rosa can't find the grip. Kelly has the steal. But more importantly, it's 3-2 on Turbo. Johnny came to this league initially with Southern Maryland back in 2016, batted .280 the next year, .337 for the Bridgeport Bluefish. In those first 2 years in this league, he stole a combined 60 bases. 3-2 is on the way. Gann is low again. Turbo with the walk. Cameron struggling with the control, and after the 11 strikeout performance last weekend, he has not struck out anyone the first time through the batting order here tonight. Vladimir Frias will come to the plate. He singled into right, leading off the ball game. He was cut down stealing by De La Rosa the second time with Kelly going. Della really had no chance. The pitch was down at his feet. It may have even bounced ahead. Makes it awfully tough to fish that out and get rid of the throw. Kelly at second, Turbo at first, and again, Cameron Gann in need of some outs, trying to protect the 1-1 tie. Mazzilli singled in the run under similar circumstances back in the first inning. Now to Frias. Breaking ball is in. Strike 1 called. And I think Gann needs that pitch to be thrown for strikes regularly. He got it across there. Now, maybe with the feel of it, we'll see it a little bit more often. Kelly leads off second. Turbo off first. Gann simply dominant last Sunday. Struggling here so far tonight. To Frias on the inside corner for a second strike. Quickly, it's 0-2. Lombardozzi waits on deck. Lights are on. They've taken full control. We have a very pretty sunset here on Long Island, but complete darkness is all but settled in. 0-2, and a Frias check swing. The pitch is high. we will be at the equinox before you know it, and it will be fall. Well, the Barnstormers will continue to play this year into the autumn by about 3 weeks, and hopefully beyond that. Only time will tell if this ball club can put together a spurt to get to the postseason. 500 isn't going to do it. Again, steps back off. The capacity is there. Frias bats at 1 ball, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the second inning. Gann will work from the stretch. Here's the pitch, and the breaking ball is fought off. The count will be maintained at 1-2. You're talking about the Long Island Ducks and how much better this team is playing on their own field. They're 27-18 this year at home. Swing and a miss. Frias is gone. Again, finally chalks up that first strikeout tonight. 2 gone. Lombardozzi will step in. The Ducks at home hit 270 as a team, a little bit better on the road. But the difference, opposing teams hit 300 off Long Island away from Fairfield Properties Ballpark, only 247 in here, and it translates to a 1.5 run difference in ERA for this ball club. Ball 1 is up to Lombardozzi, 1-0. Kelly, the runner at second, still Turbo, is aboard at first. Lombardozzi looks at ball 2. Gann walked him back in the first inning, and he trails here. Two balls and nothing. Gann peering in to get the sign from De La Rosa. The runners take their leads to Lombardozzi, fouled into the net. The count is 2-1. These have been a couple innings of labor for Cameron Gann. He's avoided the cave-in. It has been a struggle these first 2 frames. To Lombardozzi, in on the hands, popped up behind first base, should get Gann out of the inning. Overcomes Alleman to take it. Lombardozzi retired for the final out. Again, Gann pitches through the difficulty. No runs on 1 hit with no errors. 2 men are stranded by the Ducks, and will go to the third, still involved in a 1-1 deadlock.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150,000. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark. Anderson De Leon goes to the top half of the third inning, facing the top of the order for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Caleb Gindel, Blake Allemond, and Alejandro De Aza are the scheduled hitters. Gindel on the first offering from Anderson De Leon tonight, lined right at the center fielder, Ty Kelly. Caleb just 1 hit, in the series. That was the home run last night. The motion, and again, outside and low. Ball 1-0. Right-hander comes back, and Gindel takes upstairs. Ball 2, and no strikes. Beautiful night here on Long Island. We're a ways still from the beaches here in Central Islip, but every hotel room on the island fills up on the weekends during the summer season. 2-0. Gindel looking to reach base, get the Barnstormers ignited here in the third inning. To Caleb, a strike on the fastball, taken on the inside corner. It is 2-1. Next pitch, Gindel gives it a ride, deep right field, way back it goes, turbo to the wall, and the walls will not contain it. That is 26 for Caleb, and the Barnstormers take a 2-1 lead here in the third inning. Caleb Gindel going yard again. He is on his way to the franchise record. After tonight, the Barnstormers will still have 34 games left on the season. He needs 3 to tie and 4 to break it. Now here is Blake Alleman, a strikeout victim, back in the first inning. The 48th extra base hit of the season for Gindel. To Alleman, it is off speed and away, ball 1-0. Alleman struck out on just 3 pitches in that first frame. So the bats seem to be back here. Ball 2 hangs up outside, 2-0, or at least a lot of them. We knew that the team slump was temporary. But boy, the offense was AWOL for a couple of games. Swing and a miss, 2-1. I think so much of it, the Thursday night, had to do with Darryl Thompson, and nothing wrong with the Barnstormers. Last night, maybe a little bit more concerning. Fouled back by Alleman. Went after a pitch up in his eyes there. It's 2-2. Deaza and Dugan will follow in this third inning. 2-1 Barnstormers, and to Blake Alleman. Foul ball. Back to the screen. Looks like Blake's timing from the left side of the plate has gotten a little bit off. Been okay right-handed. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Popped up. Right side of the diamond. The second baseman, Lombardozzi, on the dirt, calls for it and makes the catch. Alleman's retired. That's 1 out. The batter will be Alejandro Deaza. He crunched a double deep into the gap in right center field back in the first inning. His 4th consecutive base hit. Deaza went 0 for 5 last Sunday against West Virginia. The Barnstormers didn't need him. That was the 11-1 win for Cameron Gann. You remove that, and boy, is he on a hot streak. Called strike to the outside corner. 0-1 here. But Deaza is 16 out of his last 35. You take that day game offer out of it. He's 16 out of his last 30 in games played in the evening. Ball is outside, 1-1. And as is generally the case with Deaza, the ball flies foul line to foul line. 1-1 pitch. He tries to hold on the swing and does. 2 balls and a strike on the Lancaster center fielder. Kelly Dugan waits on deck. Lancaster up by 1. Here's the wind, the pitch, ball 3 off the outside corner. And the edge goes to Alejandro. 3 balls, 1 strike. The offering, cut on and missed. The count is full, 3-2. One out, bases clear, following the leadoff home run by Caleb Gindel here in the third inning. 3-2 pitch, line drive, base hit. That's 5 in a row for De Aza. This time he drills it to left. The Ducks simply have no idea how to get De Aza out on any kind of a consistent basis. 5 for 6 this series, 24 for 46 on the campaign. That is ludicrous. Here is Dugan. He fly to right, his first time up tonight. De Aza out to a lead. He has the Barnstormers' 5th hit of the contest. The set, and to Dugan it is low. Ball 1-0. Designated hitter Trayvon Robinson waiting on deck. A lot of room to the right side of second base for Kelly. Off-speed pitch is away, and Dugan gains a 2-0 edge. Lombardozzi really closing the hole over on the right side. Frias playing up the middle. Dugan swings and misses. He got another off-speed pitch away and was expecting to see anything but that come twice in a row. 2-1. Leading off first is De Aza. He's got 9 steals. Dugan grounds it through that open hole to the right of second base, a base hit. De Aza is going to race for third and make it with ease. Dugan on with the single. The Barnstormers have runners at the corners for Trayvon Robinson. He was retired on a fly ball to center field back in the second inning. Robinson with a chance to open things up a little bit for the Barnstormers. Alejandro De Aza over at third. Kelly Dugan with the ground single up the middle, aboard at first base. Here's the pitch to Robinson, right straight through for a called strike. It is 0-1. Big opportunity for the Barnstormers here in the third inning. Gindel's home run leading off, and now after Alleman was retired, back-to-back singles. Infield for the Ducks, sets up, double play depth. De Leon comes to the set to Robinson. It's off the outside corner. A count of 1 ball and 1 strike here. Barnstormers have to earn everything they get tonight. De Leon predominantly throwing strikes. Lancaster with 6 hits in just 2 1/3 innings. Only 2 runs on the board out of those. Robinson awaits the 1-1 offering. The set, the pitch, inside and low. That is knocked down by Giardina. He temporarily saved a run last inning with Hoover at the plate. He kept one from getting through, pinning De La Rosa at third momentarily, but Jake got him across with a single into left field. Two balls, 1 strike to Trayvon Robinson. De Aza, Dugan take their leads. Trayvon swings and hits a fly ball out to left. Coming in is Mazzilli. He is there to make the catch. De Aza will tag. Here's the throw on the way home. It's offline. A sacrifice fly with De Aza scoring standing up. The Barnstormers ahead 3-1. Kelly Dugan staying parked over at first base, and Anderson De La Rosa will give it a second whirl here tonight. De La Rosa singled and scored back in the second inning. 2 outs. Kelly Dugan, the runner at first base. Robinson picks up his 43rd run batted in of the season. Yankee took the gamble and sent De Aza. Turned out not to be much of a gamble in the long run. De La Rosa, high bounder, foul down the third base side. It is 0-1. Lancaster up by a pair here in the third inning. Lengthy start to the ball game tonight. We've seen a lot of batters step in on both sides. To De La Rosa, hot smash to third, handled by Berardi. He'll go the short way to second for the force out. De La Rosa pulled that sharply, but right at Jesse Berardi. It ends the inning. Lancaster with 2 runs on 3 hits with no errors and 1 man left on base. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. The Barnstormers lead the Long Island Ducks by a score of 3-1.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Barnstormers leading 3-1. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Lou Ford, L.J. Mazzilli, and Davidson Romero will be coming to the plate for the Long Island Ducks. Barnstormers ahead by a pair. Caleb Gindel breaking the tie with the home run, and then Trayvon Robinson delivering a sacrifice fly in the top of the inning. Ford singled into center field, his first time up in the ball game tonight. That served as a run builder. He neither scored nor drove in that first inning tally. Ball game was a bit delayed getting started here this evening. Did not get underway until 6:41, so we're still within that first hour, but a lot has transpired in 2.5 innings. We've seen both clubs swinging the bats here tonight. The Barnstormers even more so than the Ducks. 6 hits for Lancaster in 3 innings, 4 for Long Island in 2. The Barnstormers have the extra base hits in the game. Into the motion is Gann. His first pitch is popped foul out of play to the right. It is 0-1. Cameron back into the windup, and it is outside to Ford. Ball 1, strike 1. It's amazing how long Ford has continued his playing career. And he's loved it here on Long Island. Makes his home here now, right in this community. And You've got to think, should Wally Backman ever step aside, this will be Lou Ford's ball club. 2-1 pitch. A strike to the outside corner. You saw the delay from Joe Iglio bringing up that right arm. 2-2, the count to Ford. But Wally, I think, has some tread left on the tires. Don't expect that to be anytime soon. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And again, Ford takes it up the middle. A leadoff base hit for the Long Island Ducks in the bottom half of the third inning. That's their 5th single, Ford's 2nd. It's amazing. He was 0 for 3 against the Barnstormers last night. L.J. Mazzilli will come to the plate. He also singled into center back in the first inning and drove in a run. Lot of offense in these first 3 innings. Not so much showing up in the runs column, but definitely on the base hit side. Ford leads off first. I wouldn't consider him a steal threat at this point. Mazzilli takes a strike. It's 0-1. Barnstormers have the infield set, double play depth against Mazzilli. They're not anticipating any kind of a bunt here. Gann's next offering. Swings to the outside corner as well. He's got Mazzilli at 0-2 and some room with which to work here. No balls, 2 strikes. Ford inching off first. Gann's pitch is hit in the air, right field and shallow. Coming on is Gindel. He is there. Mazzilli's retired for the first out. And Debinson Romero will come to the plate. Gann has yet to record a ground out in this game. He has just 1 strikeout. The outs are coming in the air. He's given up ground ball base hits, but nobody has grounded out. Romero, fly to center, his first time up. Runner at first base is Ford with 1 away. Here is the set and the pitch. It is low, and Romero gains an early advantage at 1 ball and no strikes. Defense is set straight away. Romero with good power. Foul ball back to the screen. Huge cut by the Long Island first baseman. And we are level at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ford again inching off first. Dugan holds him on there. 1-1. Romero gets a breaking ball. Misses that. 1-2. Gann has had to fight through this entire game. He made it look so easy last Sunday. This one has been a challenge, but right now he is ahead of the challenge. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Romero. The motion and the pitch in the dirt and outside, flagged by De La Rosa. The count goes to 2-2. Cameron's had to throw a lot of pitches tonight. The Ducks have been stubborn. Really difficult to strike out. Now to Romero, 2-2. That fastball is up, and Cameron has gone to another full count with the catcher Giardino waiting on deck. 1 out, 1 on, lower half of the third inning. Here's the payoff pitch, popped up foul as Gann tried to run one in on Romero's hands. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. it all continues at 3-2. Ford once again taking the lead. Again with the payoff pitch. Romero hits it in the air to right field. It's traveling some. Gindel draws a bead back to the front of the warning track. He makes the catch. Debinson Romero out on a fly ball. And now Giardina will step in. He's 0 for 1 on a fly out. 2 putouts for De Aza, 3 for Gindel. Out of the 8 outs recorded, there's been a strikeout, a pop-up to Allemond, and a runner thrown out stealing. Ford remains at first base, now with 2 men gone. A couple of lengthy at-bats resulting in flyouts to right field. Now Giardina will take a strike at the knees on an over-the-top fastball. It is 0-1. Huge gap in right center for Giardina. De Aza toward the left side. There's a swing and a foul ball back. A very awkward looking cut by Giardina. The ball got in on him, and he was both backing up and trying to deal with the pitch at the same time. Gann has him 0-2. 3-1 Barnstormers, lower half of the third inning. No balls, 2 strikes here. Gann ready to go. The pitch, breaking ball, chopped the first. Dugan takes it to the bag, and that finishes off the Ducks in the third. They can't accomplish anything after the leadoff base hit by Ford. 1 hit, 1 left. And at the end of 3 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, the Barnstormers maintain a 3-1 lead.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 3 left for the Barnstormers. The Ducks have a run on 5 hits, no errors. And Long Island has stranded 5 here in the first 3 innings. Devon Torrance, Jake Hoover, and Clea Luis Rendon are slated against Anderson De Leon in the top half of the 4th inning. We can also check in on other action around the Atlantic League here this evening. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, Southern Maryland leads York 7-4 already. Also in the bottom of the 3rd, Lexington leads Gastonia 7-4. Those 2 teams tend to play insanely high scoring ball games. Last night, Lexington won 15-6, and that was low scoring compared to last weekend. So now 115 runs in the last 4 games they've gotten together. High Point and West Virginia, no score tonight. In the bottom of the 3rd is Eli Villanueva matches up against Cooper Casad. High Point pulled that game out last night, 12-9. They've got control of the South. Torrance lays a bunt down. This is going to be a tough play. De Leon comes up, he fires, and Torrance is retired. Boy, nicely done by Anderson De Leon. He nabs Torrance at the first base bag. There's one out. I don't think Devon got a very fast start out of the box on that. I was surprised to see him still not all that close to first base when that throw was made. Jake Hoover steps in. He singled home a run back in the second inning. Ground ball past the third baseman Berardi. De La Rosa could jog home from third. One out, nobody on in the top of the fourth inning. De Leon ready to go. The pitch to Hoover is low, and ball one. It's 1-0. Next pitch in the air to right center field. Little trouble for Ty Kelly. He's in a few paces and makes the grab. 2 up and 2 down on just 3 pitches. Rendon may have to slow this inning down a little bit. Clay Luis fouled out his first time up. 2 outs, nobody on base. A very, very quick top half of the fourth inning so far. Rendon, the switch hitter, will come to the plate from the left side. He had a couple of really good series recently against West Virginia, but Rendon is 0 for the road trip so far. The De Leon pitch, a fastball is there for a called strike. It is 0-1. He's hitless in 10 at-bats on this trip. He has walked once. Sat out 1 game. Breaking ball to the inside corner. De Leon has Rendon at 0-2. Cleo arguably handcuffed with the first 2 outs coming as quickly as they did, as Gann could use a little bit of a breather. Fastball is outside. Ball 1 to the shortstop, Rendon. 3-1 Barnstormers in the fourth. De Leon likes working quickly. Off-speed pitch is cut on and missed. Eventually, Giardina will simply throw to first. He couldn't catch up to Rendon. That is a 4-pitch strikeout. Rendon is gone. Second strikeout for De Leon. Nothing doing in the Barnstormers half of the fourth inning. We're through 3.5 tonight here on Long Island. It is Lancaster 3 and the Long Island Ducks 1.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Bottom of the fourth, it will be Jesse Berardi, Ty Kelly, and Johnny Turbo stepping in to face Cameron Gann, the Barnstormers' right-hander. Gann has gotten through these first 3 innings. The 5 hits off of him have all been singles. He has walked 2 and struck out 1, but allowed just 1 run to this point. Jesse Berardi will lead off. Berardi fly to right back in the second inning. One of the 3 putouts for Gindel so far tonight. Bottom 4, just like the top of the inning. The Ducks have the bottom 3 in the lineup. Due at the plate. First pitch strike. Gann took something off of it. It's 0-1. Gann looks to have as easy of an inning as De Leon did. 0-1. Berardi fouls it back for a second strike quickly. It's 0-2. I don't know it's going to be as easy. De Leon had the first 2 outs on 3 pitches. Torrance on the bunt, and Hoover on the fly out to center. And will back off for a moment. Nothing in 2. Fastball rides in high. It is ball 1 and 2 strikes. It's tough to repeat a performance of the level that Cameron put together last Sunday. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball hit the other way. This is a tough play, and it is a fair ball into the corner. Berardi will race for second and be in with a double. Slicing it the other way, and that landed fair by very, very little as Devon Torrance tried to chase it down. Runner at second base. Ty Kelly to the plate. Kelly blooped a single into center field in the second inning. So the hits are now even at 6. And Gann will not have as easy of a half an inning as De Leon did in the top portion. Berardi was down 0-2 and sliced that fly ball down the left field side and gets the double to start off the inning. A ball is outside to Kelly. It is 1-0. The Ducks smelling a rally in the bottom of the 4th inning. Gann to the plate, and a strike is delivered. It is 1-1. And I suppose if you're watching this from the Major League Baseball offices in New York City, you're smiling right now. This is the type of game they're trying to create. Fly ball the other way, foul ground, and off the playing surface. 1-2 on Kelly. We've seen 12 hits through 3.5 innings plus 1 batter. There have only been 2 walks. There have been 3 strikeouts. The ball is pretty consistently in play. 1-2. Gann to Kelly. Breaking ball. That's spoiled. And we will remain at a ball and 2 strikes. Cameron looking back, 1-2, sails high to Kelly. Ball 2 and 2 strikes. And what we're seeing tonight is where Cameron was just blowing away West Virginia last Sunday. In this one, those 2 strike pitches are being fouled off on a pretty consistent basis. And they're working the count against Cameron. 2-2 to Kelly. Breaking ball, and he goes with this to left field. Torrance glides over. He'll make the catch this time. This one much, much more off the line. Kelly flies out. It was a very similar at bat and a very similar approach on 2 strikes. Kelly going to left field, but he got under it more. It was more off the line and actually a little bit deeper. Torrance easily able to get there. No chance on Berardi's. The batter is Johnny Turbo. He walked back in the second inning. Runner at second base for the Long Island Ducks now with 1 out. Gann into the motion. Turbo fouls a pitch back into the net. It is no balls and 1 strike. Berardi once again off second. We haven't seen him break at all. Gann to the plate. Turbo gets jammed, pops this up to shallow center. Backing up on it is the second baseman Alamond for the catch. Turbo's retired. Now it's up to Vladimir Frias. He has a single and a strikeout so far. Runner at second base now with 2 outs. Frias trying to drive in a run with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. The Ducks hitless in their last 6 at-bats with a runner in scoring position in this game. Time is called. The broom comes out. Joe Iglio dusting off the plate. He doesn't need to see it better, but my understanding is, at least to some degree, the plate needs to be picked up by the TrackMan system. I've heard that. I don't know how true that actually is. To Frias, a fastball is outside and ball 1. Steve Lombardozzi, the second baseman, into the on-deck circle. Lancaster 3, Long Island 1, bottom half of inning 4 from Central Islip. 1 ball, no strikes. Frias swings through a fastball. Lost his helmet in the process. Anderson De La Rosa hands it back to him after trying to knock some of the loose dirt out of it. Frias putting the helmet back on. Berardi getting lonely out there at second base. He's not even being held. Nobody coming into his neighborhood to take a pickoff throw. He's just been forgotten. 1 ball, 1 strike, and a Frias. That is pulled to right field off a broken bat in for a base hit. Berardi will come around. He will score on the throw home. Frias goes to second base. RBI single for Vladimir Frias. It's now 3-2, and he moves into scoring position for Steve Lombardozzi. Lombardozzi has walked and popped the second. He has scored a run in the ball game tonight. Lombardozzi with a chance to tie the score here in the 4th inning. The ball died in a hurry out in right field, and realistically, Gindel didn't have a chance on Berardi coming around to score, but ordinarily if he gets a ball that short, he's going to have the opportunity, but it took a while to get there. Boy, talk about getting jammed. Lombardozzi badly. He takes a hack high and inside, and it's a dribbler and doesn't get out of the box in any kind of a start at all. Easy play for Gann to get out of the inning, but the Ducks do pick up a run on a pair of base hits, no errors, 1 left. We're through 4. The score is the Lancaster Barnstormers 3 and the Long Island Ducks 2.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Caleb Gindel is up for the 3rd time against Anderson De Leon. First time he lined to center, second time he homered to right. 26 home runs now for Gindel on the campaign. The wind by De Leon, the pitch. Chopper over the mound. This is going to be a tricky play. It gets under the barehanded try of Lombardozzi and rolls away into shallow center. Gindel aboard with what should be a leadoff infield single. Lombardozzi charging the play, tried to make the barehanded pickup, and the ball stayed low on him. Gindel is on. Blake Alleman, the batter. Alleman has struck out and popped the second so far tonight. Lancaster now with base hit number 7. That ties the Ducks. Leadoff runner aboard here in the 5th inning. Second hit of the game for Caleb, as he tries to creep the average back up toward 300. Infield looking to turn 2 here. Alleman looks at a fastball up and in. Ball 1, no strikes. Alejandro De Aza, who has 5 consecutive base hits, waits on deck. And let's look at those 5 hits. Single to right, double to right, single to center, double to right center, single to left. Gindel a runner. He's only stolen 2, and it's been a dog's age since the last one. Not much of a lead off first. 1-0. Alleman pops this up. Up the first base line. They congregate, and the catch will be made by Romero. Alleman's retired for the first out. De Aza will step in. Double and a single for him tonight. Can he keep this crazy streak going? 5 straight base hits, but that really is what marks Alejandro's season. He goes on these spurts, reaching base 6, 7, 8 times in a row. Now, De Aza 17 out of his last 36. Batting with Gindel at first and 1 out here in the 5th inning. 3-2 Barnstormers. The pitch by De Leon. It's pulled down the right field line by De Aza. That will bounce to the wall. De Aza is putting on a show. Gindel will be held at third. De Aza stops at second with the double. That is his 6th consecutive hit. 3 doubles and 3 singles. Kelly Dugan steps in with runners at second and third and 1 out. Turbo had no chance to get there on the fly. We're going to see Darren Downs pop out of the dugout. He'll head to the mound and talk to De Leon. Second and third, 1 away. Dugan will try to stretch the lead back out. Long Island just cut 1 off of it in the bottom half of the 4th inning. First timeout charged to either ball club here tonight. Downs' visit is brief. Dugan will step in. Kelly is fly to right and grounded a single up the middle. Either one at this stage should be good enough to score Gindel. The Ducks play the infielders up on the left side. And now Lombardozzi will join the rest. They're going to try and cut off a run at the plate. Here's the motion. The pitch to Dugan. He takes a huge cut and he misses. It is 0-1. The Barnstormers are being very aggressive against Anderson De Leon. Swinging early in the count quite often. No balls, 1 strike to Kelly. The runners lead from scoring position. And the offering, swing, and that ball is belted deep to right field. Way back it goes, and the walls will not contain it. A 3-run jack for Dugan, his 12th of the season. He's driven in 68 now, and the Barnstormers go up 6-2. No question about that one once it came off Kelly's bat. Oh, he shakes off this mini slump he's been in for the last few days. Gindel and DeAza come home in front. Trayvon Robinson will bat with one out and the bases empty. The Barnstormers' offense is back. I compared it last night to the remote control being lost in the cushions on the couch. You knew it was there somewhere, and it's been located. Robinson 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly, takes a pitch inside, and ball one, 1-0. Anderson De La Rosa, the catcher, waits on deck. Swing and a miss by Trayvon. The count levels up at a ball and a strike. The Barnstormers with a couple of home runs, a couple of doubles in the game tonight, and 9 hits overall. The 1-1 is outside, and Robinson jumps ahead in the count at 2-1 here. Top half of inning 5. De Leon back, and his off-speed pitch chased by Trayvon. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. How about DeAza, though? 6 hits in succession. And he's used virtually every part of the ballpark to do it. 2-2. And Robinson with a swing and a miss. That is strikeout number 3 for De Leon, his 81st of the season in 82 2/3 innings. Here is De La Rosa, who's hit a couple of crisp ground balls on the left side. The first one, which was actually the softer of the two, got through. The second one drilled right into the glove of the third baseman, Jesse Berardi, who turned it into the final out of the 3rd inning. 6-2 Lancaster here in the 5th. The motion, the De Leon pitch, that stays inside to De La Rosa. Ball 1-0. Devon Torrance, the hitter, on deck. Here's a 1-0. Into the zone, a strike taken. De La Rosa bats even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, there's one incredibly vocal fan down there. Fouled at the plate, and De Leon has De La Rosa set up now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Barnstormers with a run in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 3 here in the 5th inning. Single runs in the 1st and the 4th for Long Island.
Daryl's family uses Gain Flings now, so their laundry smells more amazing.
2-2 now on De La Rosa. Sorry about that. Trying to check something online. A pop-up ad came up, and those will leak through. 2-2 with 2 outs. And a De La Rosa breaking ball and a beauty back to the inside corner. Strike 3. De Leon fans his 4th, but the Barnstormers pick up the big jolt from Kelly Dugan here in the 5th inning. 3 runs on 3 hits with no errors, nobody left. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning tonight in Central Islip. The Barnstormers leading the Long Island Ducks by the score of 6-2.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Cameron Gann will work into the bottom of the fifth inning. Lou Ford, L.J. Mazzilli, and Debinson Romero, 3, 4, and 5 in the Long Island batting order, will be facing him. This would be a big inning to put a 0 up on the board and not let Long Island back in the game after Dugan's 3-run homer in the top half of the inning. Barnstormers so far on this road trip, 2-2, with tonight and then 2 more to follow here on Long Island. The Barnstormers on the road for all 3 Monday holidays this year. The Ducks home for all 3 Monday holidays. I believe it was Gastonia, West Virginia, York, and Long Island got the 3 Monday holidays at home and those attached weekends. The other 4 clubs had to spend them on the road. It's the way the schedule was designed to get the 4-game series in. These are the only 4-game series played, and to balance out the number of home games and number of road games that every team would play at 60. That's divisible by 3, so either you got all 3 of the 4-game series at home or all 3 on the road. 1-0 to Ford. Gann comes back. It's driven foul to the right. 1 ball and 1 strike here. 6-2. The Lancaster Barnstormers leading the Long Island Ducks. Bottom of inning 5. Ford leading off. 2 singles up the middle for Lou so far tonight. Gann goes to work. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball pulled foul past third. Well hit by Ford, but outside the lines. 1-2. De La Rosa does some tailoring out in front of the home plate area. Also realigning the defense as they chase down that loose ball in the left field corner. Count stays at 1-2 on Ford. Gann peers in, gets the sign from De La Rosa, who shifts over. Here is the motion, the pitch. Ground ball right side. That looks to be the right combination. Easy play for Alleman. Ford retired. And we have 1 out here in the 5th inning. Ford reaching out across the plate there, hitting a weak ground ball on the right side. An easy chance for Alleman. Here is L.J. Mazzilli. He singled in a run in the 1st inning, fly to right in the 3rd. So 1 out of 2 for the Connecticut native, and of course, guy who came up in the Mets family. First pitch from Gann, a fastball outside. Ball 1, no strikes. Gann needs to record 2 more outs to be eligible for the win tonight. It was so easy last Sunday. Tonight's been a challenge, but he has battled through. Ball 2 is outside on Mazzilli. 2 balls and nothing. Debinson Romero, the on-deck batter. Here's the 2-0. Fastball met and popped up on the right side. Kelly Dugan, right on top of the line, makes the catch. Technically, that is a fair ball. 2 outs, and in steps Romero. It's crazy to think that Cameron struck out 11 batters last Sunday in 5 innings, and tonight he has struck out only 1. That he has been able to keep the Ducks largely at bay. They haven't been able to put together any kind of significant inning against him. Romero has flied to center and to right. Gann ready to go, and a swing and a miss there. It is 0-1. There have been very few of those against Cameron in this game. Very few called strikes. A lot of the strikes he has picked up have been on foul balls. He's given up 7 hits, 2 walks, and to this point, 2 runs. 0-1, Romero fouls it back up toward the sweet level. 0-2 on the former New Britain third baseman, Debinson Romero. They had so many good players in New Britain in the 4 years they spent in the Atlantic League, including our own Alejandro De Aza. Both Stan Clyburn and Mauro Gazzo able to get a lot of very talented players in there. Just outside, Romero with the take, and it's ball one. 1-2, Alleman cheating up the middle. Here's the 1-2. Down the right field line, that is slicing, and that is a foul ball. It had home run distance. It dropped toward the Long Island bullpen. Guys down there trying to coax a fair call out of Silvio Martinez. It's not going to work. It clearly faded in front of the pole. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Romero. Lancaster up by 4 here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Here is the windup and the 1-2. The fastball missing. Ball 2 and 2 strikes to Romero. Sal Giardina, the catcher, due next if Romero can reach base. Gann has not had a quick, easy inning in this game. He's trying for his first 1-2-3 inning. To Romero, 2-2, ground ball, shortstop. Gloved by Rondon, easy throw across, and Gann completes that 1-2-3 inning, and it's his fastest inning, but still taking 13 pitches. Nothing across in the bottom half of inning number 5, and at the end of 5, the Barnstormers continue to lead the Ducks by the score of 6-2.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at 150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
De Leon remains on the mound for the 6th inning. Devon Torrance, Jake Hoover, and Clea Luis Rondon are the scheduled hitters for the Barnstormers. Out of that trio, 1 hit in 6 at-bats tonight, but a very important one. Hoover with an RBI single into left field back in the 2nd inning that drew the game into a tie at that point. Melvin Mercedes heads back to coach first base. Jeff Bianchi is coaching third here tonight. It was apparently something that happened at the last minute. We had the delay to start the game. Wally Backman was out with the lineup card in hand at 6:25, and the Barnstormers did not send anybody out there for a few minutes. Swung on and missed. It is 0-1 on Torrance, and an explanation has not been provided. 0-1 to Torrance. A cut and a miss again for strike 2. 9 hits for the Barnstormers, 7 for Long Island. Here's the 0-2. Torrance lets it go. Strike 3 taken on the inside corner. Anderson De Leon has struck out his 3rd in a row. 5 for the night. Jake Hoover will step in. Hoover an RBI single and a fly out to center. One fellow's about 3 or 4 rows below me here as they sit at the back of the stands behind home plate. And how his vocal cords still function is absolutely beyond me. And he's having a good time. Swing and a miss. 0-1 for Hoover against De Leon, who has found a rhythm ever since Dugan's 3-run homer. One strike to Jake. Next offering. Breaks back to the inside corner, make it 0-2. 5 pitches, 5 strikes. He saw it through Robinson and De La Rosa last inning. Torrance down on 3 pitches here, and 2 strikes very quickly to Jake Hoover. De Leon hasn't thrown that many pitches altogether. He just missed there. His breaking ball dancing off the outside corner. It is ball 1. And 2 strikes. De Leon's pitch count only in the low 80s. Gans at 93. Here's a 1-2. Jake starts the bat, holds off on the fastball, and that call holds up through appeal. Two balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here in the 6th inning. Hoover played toward the opposite field by Kelly. The infield shifted the other way. 2-2 breaking ball. That is there. Strike 3 called. Boy, De Leon has gotten on a roll here. 4 strikeouts in a row. 3 of them have been called. Clea Luis Rendon will come to the plate. He has fouled out and struck out tonight. Gindel, Deaza, and Dugan have provided the bulk of the offense for the Barnstormers, though the first run was a combined effort for Anderson De La Rosa and Jake Hoover. Rendon, first pitch swinging, lofts a fly ball to right center. Easy play for Ty Kelly. And once again, the Barnstormers' bottom trio goes down in a hurry. It was 7 pitches in the 4th, 9 pitches in the 6th. We go to the bottom half of inning number 6. The Barnstormers continue to lead the Long Island Ducks by the score of 6-2.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochnauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4th-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gochnauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gochnauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Giardina, Berardi, and Kelly are scheduled, and the Barnstormers will go to the bullpen. Donald Goodson has come on in relief of Cameron Gann. Gann goes 5 innings tonight. As I said, tonight was kind of a struggle for him, certainly relative to his effort last Sunday against West Virginia, but kind of a struggle, and you come out of a game leading 6-2 and in position for a win means that ultimately, despite the harder battle tonight, you got the job done, and Gann certainly did. 7 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 2, struck out 1. Goodson takes over here in the 6th inning with Sal Giardina to come to the plate. Donald Goodson has pitched brilliantly as of late. Overall, he's 2-2 with a 4.7 ERA. This is his 37th game of the season, and he has not pitched on this road trip. His last outing was last Sunday, backing up Cameron there as well. Giardina is 0 for 2. He has fly to center and grounded to first. Goodson's first pitch is the off-speed delivery, swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Goodson has been able to get his fastball and his change predominantly over for strikes. His last 15 innings, he's allowed 6 hits and 4 runs. He has walked 5 and struck out 18. 0-1 to Giardina. Now another off-speed pitch cut on and missed. It is 0-2. And now Donald, after showing that twice, pitching backwards here, perhaps will explode the fastball somewhere on the switch batting catcher. 6-2 Barnstormers, bottom half of the 6th inning. Target set by De La Rosa. The pitch is a fastball, but this one is errant. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Goodson capable of hitting 98 on the radar gun. Last pitch, 96.8. 1-2. And again, it's low. He's gone to 2-2 on Giardina. So the off-speed pitch, the change, has been very good, and he hasn't been able to throw his fastball for a strike. Now 2-2 from Donald Goodson. The pitch is popped up third base side, charging over Hoover. Hoover toward the dugout and just doesn't have quite enough room. He was going full tilt after that foul pop-up. Finally had to put on the brakes as the ball disappeared over the railing and into, I believe, a camera well. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The continuing count on Sal Giardina, leading off the bottom of the 6th for Long Island. Two. Goodson ready to go. Off speed, fouled away. We are seeing a tremendous number of 2-strike foul balls from the Ducks in this game. It's gone change-up, fastball, change-up, change-up. 6 pitches to Giardina so far. Here's the 2-2. That's met and fouled away. So the war rages on here. And that, I certainly believe, was a fastball. And it was. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Which way do they go here? 2-2. The pitch smashed to second. Backhanded stop for Alamond. He will cut down Giardina. And on the 8th pitch, Donald Goodson finally records the out. 1 away in the 6th inning. It brings on Jesse Berardi, who has fly to right and sliced a double right down the left field line. Well, the pitches came in pairs. 2 changes, 2 fastballs, 2 changes, 2 fastballs. And the out finally picked up by Don Goodson. Berardi stands in. Kelly will also bat from the left side of the plate. He's on deck. 1 out, nobody on base. And the pitch here is hit well to dead center. Backing up is DeAza. He's got to play. The ball hangs up for him. Berardi's retired. Goodson has gotten 2. And here is Kelly. He's singled into center and he's flied to left. Lancaster 6, Long Island 2, bottom half of the 6th inning. Last pitch for Donald, topped 97. The Barnstormers have a lot of hard throwers, but he ultimately has become the hardest thrower of the lot. Gann stayed between 93 and 96 during his appearance during the waning stages, and that's impressive. Ball is low on Kelly. It's 1-0. Goodson with the off-speed pitch away. Falls behind 2-0. Top of the order, Gindel, Allemand, and DeAza will step in the 7th inning. 2 balls, no strikes. Goodson way inside, and Kelly just trying to reach base and get something going. Stands in at 3 balls and nothing. Two walks given up by Gann came in the first couple of innings. Ty Kelly bats 3-0 here. The wind and the pitch. He'll get the walk, and that came out of nowhere. Johnny Turbo, who has walked and popped out, will come to the plate. Kelly aboard on the base on balls. He stole second back in inning 2 when it was a 1-1 ball game. I don't know if he'll be so inclined with the score as it is right now, but it is possible. Turbo at the plate. Frias out into the on-deck circle. Goodson to Turbo. There's the off-speed pitch. A swing and a miss. It's no balls and a strike. He's got the 2. Every once in a while, you'll see a breaking ball. But mostly fastball change from Donald Goodson. No balls and 1 strike to Turbo. Goodson comes back. This is popped up first base way. Over is Dugan, but just for a look. That belongs to the fans. Turbo trails 0-2. The Barnstormers working to protect the 4-run lead in the bottom of the 6th inning. And then we'll look to extend it. This is 2021. You don't trust leads on any night, and you don't trust leads on Long Island ever. Funny things have happened here. The epitome being a dropped pop-up in the infield with the bases loaded in the 9th. I think it was bases loaded, 2 outs. And the tying run at third and winning run at second, maybe. They were all coming. And it dropped 5 feet ahead of home plate and stayed there. Swing and a miss. Turbo succumbs on the off-speed pitch. Goodson with the strikeout to close the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. And at the end of 6 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, the Barnstormers continue to lead by the score of 6-2.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
We have some changes for the Long Island Ducks as we enter the home stretch, in a sense, anyway, of tonight's ball game. We go to the top of the 7th. First of all, Anderson De Leon has been lifted in favor of Vin Mazzaro. Mazzaro, the right-hander, will take over here for De Leon, who's given up 9 hits and 6 runs in 6 innings. He walked no one and struck out 6. He was responsible for a wild pitch back in the second inning. That cost him. There is also a new right fielder for Long Island. We haven't been able to ascertain as of yet exactly who that would be. All we know is that whoever it is throws right-handed. So it could be Shaw, it could be Fields. I would certainly imagine it's one of those two, but I haven't been able to detect the number as of yet. Turbo comes out, and the pitcher spot will go to number 9. And whoever the new outfielder is will bat in the third spot, which will come up in the home half of the 7th inning. Gendel Alaman Deaza will be facing the right-hander Mazzaro. 6'2", 220-pounder from East Rutherford, New Jersey. 34 years of age. The Barnstormers have been able to get to Mazzaro as a starter this year. He's now back in the bullpen. He is 1-5 with a 7.65 ERA. 48 hits and 33 walks in 40 innings. Gendel leads off. He is 2 for 3, a homer and an infield base hit. Takes a fastball outside from Mazzaro. It is ball 1, no strikes. Lancaster looking to extend the lead for the bullpen here in this 7th inning. Mazzaro delivers and again misses. Gendel bats at 2-0. Lancaster trying to at least stay in a tie for first place in the North with a win here tonight. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It is low and trickling free from Giardina. 3-0 to Gendel. Does he turn it loose here? Or does he get the take sign? He is often free to swing at 3-0. Mazzaro is ready, and the pitch is there. Gendel flexed, so he may have been free to swing and just didn't like the location of the pitch. Caleb, the right fielder tonight, batting at 3-1 strike. Mazzaro kicks, brings it home. Gendel fouls it away. And Vin Mazzaro has battled back to a 3-2 count. Talk about the Barnstormers having had some success. Against Mazzaro on the year. He's 0-2, and his ERA is very, very high. 3-2 pitch. Gendel, ground ball right through the legs of the third baseman Berardi and into left field. Wide turn at first by Caleb, trying to attempt a throw. They won't make one. The Barnstormers get the leadoff man on in the 7th inning. That's an error, if there ever was one. Through the wickets of Jesse Berardi over at third. Blake Alleman steps in. Not much of a night for Alleman so far. He's 0 for 3. He has struck out and popped up twice. Looking for his first hit of the series. Gendel aboard to start off the 7th inning. We'll see if the Ducks pay a hefty price for that error. Alleman swings and misses. He goes down a strike. It's 0-1. His timing is definitely off from the left side of the plate. On deck is Deaza, whose timing is definitely not off from the left side of the plate. Not much of a lead for Gendel. 0-1 to Alleman. Swing, and he takes this into right field for a base hit. Gendel will stop at second as the new right fielder comes up with the play. That is Daniel Fields out there. Deaza bats with runners at first and second, nobody out. 3 for 3 with 2 doubles tonight. And he's hit the ball to 3 different parts of the ballpark. 6 hits in a row for Alejandro. Batting with Gendel at second. Alleman is aboard at first. 10 hits for the Barnstormers in this one. You've got Deaza batting with Dugan on deck, and then you would have the pitcher spot. Mazzaro Working to Deaza, the first pitch, a fastball at the knees, strike one taken. 0-1 on Alejandro, who is back to 327 with his average. Batted in the 340s 2 seasons ago with New Britain. Nothing in one to the Lancaster center fielder. The set, Mazzaro to the plate. Ground ball, right side. That will be taken by the first baseman. They'll only get the force out at second as Romero is able to fire to Frias, but there was not enough time to turn two. They finally get Deaza to hit into an out. Alleman's retired 3-6. Gindel advances to third. Kelly Dugan steps in. He cranked a 3-run homer to straightaway right field back in the 5th inning and is 2 for 3 overall tonight. That was a big out for Mazzaro. It looked initially like Deaza was going to find right field with it, but Romero was not holding a runner. And that enabled him to make the play. Dugan goes the other way with a foul. It is 0-1. On deck is Ladarius Clark. First man up as a pinch hitter tonight. Lancaster 6, Long Island 2. Runners at the corners with 1 out. Dugan batting, 0-1. And the pitch, Kelly, sharp ground ball. That is fair down the right field line. Romero couldn't react to it in time. Home to score is Gindel. Coming around is Deaza. He will score. Dugan doubles home a pair, and it's now 8-2. Debinson Romero tried to reverse his field, dive to get that hard hit ball. The first base umpire, Silvio Martinez, immediately signaled fair. Dugan having himself a big night. His slump, and you almost hesitate to call it that, turns out to be brief. The Barnstormers ahead by 6, and Ladarius Clark will be the batter, pinch hitting in the pitcher's spot. Trayvon Robinson had been the DH tonight. He was 0 for 2 with a sac fly. Clark at 274 on the season. 5 RBI night for Kelly Dugan. He now has 70 for the year. To Clark, a swing and a miss. He goes down a strike. It is 0-1. Lancaster still working here in the 7th inning. 1 run is earned, the other not, off Mazzaro. To Clark, fouled away, and Ladarius is trailing at 0-2. At the start of the night, Dugan had slid to a tie for 6th with his 65 runs batted in. But now possibly as high as tied for 2nd. Tillman Pugh had driven in 70. Now, Lexington does have a lot of runs on the board this evening. So, conceivably, Pugh has an RBI or 2. Maybe Aklinski has a bunch. He was tied for 3rd at 67. 0-2 to Ladarius. Mazzaro to the plate, and that is foul-tipped. Giardina can't hold on. And Clark still has life. Anderson De La Rosa is on deck. Still an opportunity to get Dugan home and extend the lead even more. The Barnstormers are up 8-2 in the top half of the 7th inning tonight. Donald Goodson has thrown 1 inning, and that will be capped off as he leaves for this pinch hitter. Clark looking at a ball just low. Good eye there. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Anderson De Leon struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he faced in this game. Time is called. We're going to get home plate dusted off once again. Barnstormers lead 8-2. To Clark, he goes chasing. Swing and a miss. Oh, he is gone on strikes. That is 7 for Long Island pitching. De La Rosa comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3. Dugan still waiting at second base. A 5 RBI night for Kelly Dugan. And as many as he's driven in this season, that is the first time that he has knocked in this many in one contest. He had 4 runs batted in back on the 30th of July against Southern Maryland. The man who has put together crazy numbers this year with runners in scoring position is Dugan. Now to De La Rosa. Mazzaro is low. Ball 1-0. .436 at the moment. One ball and nothing. De La Rosa with a chopper foul. It hits the netting just in front of the, or really to the side of the Barnstormers dugout. Glances off that and drops down into the dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. Dugan leads off second base, and the pitch. De La Rosa got tricked by Mazzaro, and it's 1-2. Seventh inning of action at Fairfield Properties Ballpark tonight. The Barnstormers' bats are back to life. Gindel, Deaza, and Dugan, certainly the bulk of the offense in this game. To De La Rosa, outside and low. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Torrance is the on-deck batter. Giardina requests a discussion with Mazzaro. Joe Iglio is in tow. Now this will not count as a timeout. Giardina motioned to the home plate umpire. He says, I need to go out. We need to make sure we have our sign straight. That is allowed under the Atlantic League rules. This one's been in place for a while about timeouts. Nothing new this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. De La Rosa digging back in with Dugan still at second base. Mazzaro getting the signs from Giardina. Here's the pitch, and De La Rosa is hit. It gives Torrance an opportunity. The inning will continue as De La Rosa takes off his gear. Third time Dela has been hit this season. Torrance is 0 for 3. He'll bat with 2 on and 2 out here in the 7th inning. Anything else that would score would be unearned. The error by Berardi started the inning. The Barnstormers still would have scored once in this inning because Deaza did come home on the Dugan double anyway. Outside and low, ball 1 to Devon. Jake Hoover is on deck. Lancaster leads by 6 here in the 7th inning. Torrance all happy his Ohio State Buckeyes beat Minnesota 45-31. Ball 2 misses low. 2 balls and no strikes. Blake Alleman was supporting a Texas A&M Aggies shirt today. Excited about his alma mater's football season, and of course, others with the Crew, the variety of teams they root for. 2-0. Ball 3 is outside. Zach Smith is an Oklahoma Sooners fan, which there must be some family ties there. I haven't asked directly why. That he is born and raised in the Houston area, but a huge Sooners fan. They barely escaped Tulane. 45-40. 3 balls and nothing to Torrance. He's probably taking, and he looks at a strike. We get to 3-1. Runners lead from first and second. Torrance with a foul off to the left. The count is full against Mazzaro. Dugan had gone 4 straight games without an RBI. He's made up for it tonight. Prior to that, he had knocked in a run in 11 out of 12. So still on the pace, but all the RBIs bunched up in this one game this evening after a little bit of a drought. 3-2. The runners take off. The pitch is high, and Hoover will bat with the bases loaded. Mazzaro has given up 2 hits, a walk. He's hit a batter this inning. But without the error, this inning would long be over. Hoover, the batter, he is 1 out of 3, but that one produced the first Lancaster run of the night. Dugan now up to third. De La Rosa is at second. Torrance aboard at first base. Hoover looking to add to the Barnstormers' coffers. Mazzaro is high, and it's ball 1. Cleo Luis Rondon, the Lancaster hitter, on deck. Lancaster leading by 6. Only 3 runners left on base by the Barnstormers prior to this inning. 1-0 pitch, foul to the right. Mazzaro and Hoover, about 10 years difference in age, but even in the count at a ball and a strike. 8th man to step in the Barnstormers' half of the 7th inning is Jake Hoover. Mazzaro has the sign to Hoover 1-1. Strike 2 in at the knees. Well, Mazzaro with the chance to end the inning here and prevent further damage to his ball club. A single by Alleman, a double by Dugan, the lone 2 hits of the inning. 1-2, and Hoover takes it up the middle, base hit center field. That will score Dugan. Sprinting around as well is De La Rosa. Oh, Hoover drives in 2 more, a 3 RBI night for him. And the Barnstormers are up now 10-2. These runs continue to be unearned against Mazzaro, but the Barnstormers don't particularly care about that. Dugan, De La Rosa home. Stopping at second on the play was Torrance. Cleo Luis Rondon will come to the plate. He is the 9th man to bat against Mazzaro here in the 7th inning. The Barnstormers with 4 on the board, leading 10-2. Once again, the Barnstormers have reached double figures. 26th time this year. Rondon will look at a pitch just outside. 1-0. Gindel is on deck. He started the inning reaching on an error. Dugan's driven in 5 and Hoover 3. Gindel and Robinson have the others. Ball 2, high and outside. 2 balls and nothing. Dugan is actually a triple away from the cycle now. He will get the bat once more, so there's a chance. Bouncer foul, 2-1, and you may laugh, well, ha. How many times is a guy a triple away from the cycle? Well, in 2 of the 3 cycles in franchise history, the triple has been the last piece. Rosario's and Jacobo's. Castile needed the single. Here's a 2-1 in the dirt, and a good stop made by Giardina. 3 balls and a strike. Torrance at second, Hoover aboard at first base, and Giardina got shaken up. Training staff needing to tend to the starting catcher, shifting over toward his right to save that ground ball, and he got injured. A 4-run inning off of Vin Mazzaro, though just 1 run is earned. Lancaster has piled up the offense. It's back. You couldn't really be worried with the consecutive games of very, very subpar offense for this club. They've averaged better than 7 runs a game for the year, and all of a sudden 8 hits in a run in a 2-game span. That was eerie. And tonight they have gotten back on track, 10 runs on 12 hits. Rendon bats at 3-1. Giardina checks out okay. Torrance leads from second. Hoover off first base. Here's the 3-1. Rendon looks at ball 4 off the outside corner, and here we go again with the bases loaded. It will be Gindel stepping to the plate. Caleb is 2 for 4. He has scored 3 and driven in 1. De La Rosa at third. Torrance, I take that back. Torrance at third. Hoover at second. Rendon at first now. There has been a parade here in the 7th inning. Mazzaro into his windup and to Gindel. Caleb went for it all, a swing and a miss. It is no balls and 1 strike to the Barnstormers right fielder. He hit the ball hard his first 2 times up. Softly, but he's reached both the last 2 times. Fastball is up to him. It is a ball and a strike to Gindel. Allemond, the on-deck hitter. The second out came 5 batters ago on the strikeout of Clark. Since then, 2 walks, a hit batter, and the 2-run single by Hoover. Gindel bats at 1-1. That's into the dirt, and again, stopped by Giardina, who's taking a beating back there. Gindel bats 2-1. Top of the order, Frias, Lombardozzi, and Fields. Scheduled in the lower half of this inning. And, well, whoever's coming in has had ample time to get ready 2 or 3 times over. Gindel awaits the 2-1. It is popped up on the left side and playable. Jesse Berardi into foul territory will handle it, and the inning comes to an end. The Barnstormers pick up 4 on 3 hits, the error that started it off, and Lancaster leaves 3. We're at the 7th inning stretch here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The Barnstormers lead by a score of 10-2.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
We'll get our second look at right-hander Ryan Eads, who is pretty much just returning to active duty. He threw an inning at Southern Maryland on Tuesday night, gave up a base hit and a walk, no runs. It was only the second inning he's thrown in about 2.5 months. He had made one rehab start in the Astros organization before they let him go. He had been working out of the bullpen for Sugarland earlier this year. Eads with a smidge of major league experience, getting there with both the Minnesota Twins and the Baltimore Orioles. Well, he'll work the 7th inning. The Barnstormers with the 8-run lead. Donald Goodson threw a scoreless 6th. He walked one, struck out a batter after 5 innings of not stellar, but gutsy pitching tonight for Cameron Gann. Last Sunday, that was stellar. Tonight, it was just gutsy. He fought his way through and is in position for the W. Vladimir Frias has a pretty good series working and certainly a pretty good night. 2 for 3 with a run batted in. He cut the Lancaster lead to 3-2 with a 2-out RBI single in the 4th. Now facing Eads from Slidell, Louisiana, and a product of LSU. He did not appear in the tournament in Omaha when LSU made it in 2013. They had a guy named Aaron Nola who started the first game. But Ryan had a very good career at LSU. 8-1 his last year. Down low for a ball, 1-0. The count to Frias. Lombardozzi, as I had mentioned earlier, and then I am fairly certain Fields here in the lower half of the 7th inning. Here is the 1-ball pitch to Frias. Eads gets it in the zone, right around knee level, and the count squares at 1 each. Dugan will get to bat in the top of the 8th inning. And we'll see. Triples are not a big part of Kelly's game, but they weren't for Jacobo either, and he hit the ball high off the center field fence at Somerset, and then the ball carried back toward the infield. 1-1. Frias lines at the 3rd, and it's caught by Hoover. Good swing by Vladimir Frias. That ball ticketed for left field, but not much gets through Hoover's glove. 1 out, and here is Lombardozzi. He is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. 1 down for Eads. He had been ticketed to be a Barnstormers starter at the beginning of this year. Low a ball, 1-0. He was one of the 6 that had at one point gotten away from us and gone on to major league organizations. One ball, no strikes to Lombardozzi. Eads comes back, and he is up and away with it. We go to 2-0. Fields in the on-deck circle. The windup, Eads to the plate, right straight through. Lombardozzi almost appeared to take that all the way. It's 2-1. One out here in the 7th. The Lombardozzi, it bounces away off home plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. We've got 3 players minimum on this team. I can't think of any others, but at least 3 from SEC schools called strike. It's 3 and 2 with Eads from LSU, Alleman from A&M, and Schumann from Auburn. Nile ball pitched at Missouri. That's 4. 3-2. Check swing, strike 3 on the outside corner. Eads is set down 2. It's only the 3rd strikeout for Lancaster pitching tonight. Daniel Fields will come to the plate. Lou Ford had been 2 out of 3 as the DH. Fields took over in right on the double switch with Johnny Turbo coming out of the lineup. Daniel Fields, the player of the month for July in the Atlantic League. We haven't heard about who won the honors for August yet. Kelly Dugan was the Barnstormers nominee, quite obviously. Breaking ball is inside, 1-0. Lancaster ahead by 8 with 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom of inning 7. Fields batting at 1-0. Eads to the plate. He misses again, this time low. Ball 2 and no strike. So the control hasn't exactly been pinpoint for Ryan here in this 7th inning. It wasn't at Southern Maryland the other night either. It may take him a little while to get it back. Plus, he is dealing with the automated strike zone here, and that can be a bit of an adjustment as well. 2-0 pitch, taken for a strike, so we get to 2-1. So much of what will happen in the future for the guys in the Atlantic League this year, especially the pitchers, is going to be where Major League Baseball goes with things like the automated ball strikes and the 61-foot 6-inch difference. I would expect we'll see both of those in affiliated minor league baseball in the not-too-distant future. And it could give these guys a leg up. 2-2 to Daniel Fields here in the bottom of the 7th inning. De La Rosa got nicked by that last foul ball, so he's shaking it off. Baseball couldn't exist without catchers, but boy, how do they do it? Or certainly not as we know it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That is strike 3 called. Eads burns Fields with a fastball. Back-to-back punch-outs, both looking for Ryan Eads. Nothing across in the bottom of the 7th for Long Island. We'll head to the 8th. The Barnstormers continue to lead by the score of 10-2.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
More changes for the Long Island Ducks, and it looks like another double switch for Wally Backman. And it may go beyond that. They have Michael DeSanti on the pitch. He is a right-hander. DeSanti is out of the Major League Baseball draft league. He had pitched at Trenton during their season. It looks like Juan De La Cruz has come in to catch as well. Giardina, you may remember, was banged up in the top of the 7th inning. We'll try to pick up all the changes for you, but definitely a new battery. Allemond, Deaza, and Dugan slated to bat in the top half of the 8th to face the right-hander DeSanti, 6'5" and 180 pounds from right here on Long Island. And just the other day, he got to celebrate his 23rd birthday. That came up on Tuesday. DeSanti has been in 4 games, and he's done well. They haven't given him a lot of responsibility necessarily. He's given up 6 hits and 2 runs in 6 innings. He's walked 3, struck out 3. The right-hander continues to get ready. De La Cruz throws through, and Allemond will step to the plate. Chris Shaw has also gone into the game to play right field. My guess is Shaw will bat 6th, and De La Cruz will bat in the 9 spot. That is not fixed by any means. Allemond is 1 for 4. First to face DeSanti here in the top of the 8th inning. Lancaster leads 10-2. And to Allemond, the first pitch finds the outside corner for a called strike. It is 0-1. Lancaster sent 10 men to the plate in the 7th inning, scoring 4. 2-run double by Dugan and a 2-run single by Hoover, getting the men across. 0-1 to Allemond. DeSanti comes back and misses everything. Ball 1 and a strike. An 8-run lead for Lancaster. Motion and the 1-1 delivery, high and wide. Allemond with the advantage here. 2 balls and 1 strike. That draft league was very peculiar. They played it like a developmental league. There were unlimited mound visits, free substitutions. 3-1 now to Allemond from DeSanti, who went to Florida Southern and then Iona for his collegiate career. Or actually the other way around, Iona then Florida Southern. 3-1. Allemond hits a towering fly ball to right field. Backing up is Shaw. He's got room and will reach up to make the grab. Allemond retired, 1 gone. And Deaza, 3 for 4 now, will step in. Romero cut off a ground ball headed for the hole on the right side in the 7th inning and turned it into a force out at second base to snap Deaza's success streak at 6. One out, nobody on. Deaza batting, Dugan on deck. The Barnstormers up by 8. We'll see who pitches the bottom of the 8th inning. Eads could come back out, I suppose. He's certainly allowed to. Ball outside to Deaza. He's now just 25 for 48 against Long Island, the crime of it all. They play him to hit the other way against DeSanti. Ball 1, no strikes. Way upstairs, 2-0. But with De Aza, you simply never know. When he is in rhythm, he can take any pitch and hit it anywhere. And it's almost like he plans. Two balls, no strikes. Fastball is whistled foul into the seats down the first base side. He turned on that one a little too soon. 2-1. He's got terrific bat speed and his ability to handle the inside pitch while up slightly on the bat handle and right on top of the plate. It's almost uncanny. 2-1 on Alejandro. Here's the pitch. Again, DeSanti tries the curveball and doesn't get it down. 3-1. De Aza has crossed the plate 3 times in tonight's game. Here's a 3-1, and Alejandro will get a walk this time through. Dugan steps in, single, double home run, and routine fly out to right. 5 runs batted in, his season high. And should he connect here, and of course the odds are against it, but it could happen. Should he connect here, he would tie the franchise record for runs batted in a game at 7. It's been done, I believe, by Judd Heilman and Aaron Herr. I'd have to look back. Upstairs, again, DeSanti trying that breaking pitch, experimenting with it, but missing upstairs pretty routinely. It is ball 1-0. De Aza the runner, not held by Romero. Dugan went for it. He swung and he missed at the fastball. It is 1-1. On deck is the pitcher spot, and it is Nick Schumpert at the corner of the dugout, but not loosening up as of yet. One and one. Outside to Kelly. 2 balls and a strike, and it will be Schumpert batting in any circumstance other than Dugan grounding into a double play. Infield looking for that double play ground ball. 2 balls, 1 strike, and now Dugan requests and gets a respite at home plate. Here's the 2-1, way out there. Three balls, 1 strike. DeSanti to the plate, and he registers the 2nd strike on the inside corner. It's full to Dugan. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out, 1 on in the top half of the 8th inning. Barnstormers up by 8. It was a 3-2 score going into the 5th inning. 3-2 pitch off the wrists, popped up foul and caught by Berardi. Dugan can't pad his RBI totals here in the 8th inning. It will be Nick Schumpert now stepping in for the Barnstormers. 2nd pitch hitter used earlier. Ladarius Clark struck out. Schumpert is hitting .210. 1 home run for him and 20 runs batted in. A home run huge against West Virginia last weekend back at home. Outside to Shump. Ball 1-0 from DeSanti. The Barnstormers haven't been able to drive anything against him so far, but he's been wild. He has missed by an awful lot with several pitches. Not one's gotten away from De La Cruz, though. 1-0 pitch, high to Shumpert, and a 2-ball count. Anderson De La Rosa, a base runner twice tonight, is on deck. 12 Barnstormers hits. They've had a total of 17 runners in tonight's game. Long Island's had 10. 2-0, ball 3 is high. Shumpert will be looking here. 3-0 count on the pinch hitter. Target is set. Shumpert awaits, and DeSanti finds the range. 3-1. Nick also had an RBI double at Southern Maryland in the 3rd inning of Game 1 on Thursday. That was an impressive poke. Foul to the screen. So again, DeSanti fights back. He was 3-1 on Dugan and came back to retire him. 3-0 on Shumpert. And he has forced it to 3 balls and 2 strikes here. Now, who pitches the bottom of the 8th? You could see any number of people. Teller, perhaps. Payoff, and Shumpert will get strike 3 called on the outside corner. DeSanti comes all the way back from 3-0 to strike out Nick. Now that closes out the top half of the 8th inning. The Barnstormers leave 1, and we go to the bottom of the 8th, Lancaster 10 and Long Island 2.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
It'll be Brent Teller in the bottom of the 8th for the Barnstormers. Teller following Eads, and before that, Goodson out of the Barnstormers bullpen tonight. This is one of those games where you hope never to use the back end. Moya and Schumann can get this night off as well and be fully fresh for tomorrow. Teller, 6'2", 205-pounder from Miami. He is within about 2.5 weeks of his 25th birthday. Born in September of '96. 3-0 is Brent's record in 16 appearances. He has 1 save, 24 innings, 29 hits. He has walked 13 and struck out 26. Mazzilli, Romero, and then, if my thinking is correct, Shaw will face Teller here in the 8th inning. The Barnstormers ahead by 8. They fell by 8 last night. Can the Barnstormers take this one home comfortably? Or does Long Island have some kind of a rally in store? They often do. Elsewhere, Southern Maryland and York are tied at 8 through 7. West Virginia leads High Point 4-0, bottom 8. Lexington 13, Gastonia 6. For those two, that's a pitcher's duel. They're in the bottom of the 8th. More runs probably coming. Teller to Mazzilli. First pitch is low and ball 1. Brent pitched an inning on Tuesday at Southern Maryland, scoreless, 1-0, and he's low again, same spot, and Mazzilli bats 2 balls and no strikes. Eads struck out 2 after Frias lined to third to start last inning. Goodson walked 1, struck out 1 in his frame. 2-0 pitch, and Teller is again low, 3 balls and no strikes. Not the way he wanted to start this 8th inning. To Mazzilli, 3-0. Teller's pitch. This one is up enough to be in the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike. Vladimir Frias with the last Long Island hit, an RBI single back in the 4th. Here's the 3-1, and Teller serves it up low. He can't find knee level, and he's put the leadoff man on here in the 8th inning. Davidson Romero will come to the plate. That can get the Ducks a little bit revved up here in this 8th inning. A leadoff walk. Barnstormers pitching had retired 10 of the last 11 prior to that. Gann had a 1-2-3 inning in the 5th. It was his only 3-batter inning of the night. Infield sets looking to turn 2. Romero lobs a foul straight back off a healthy swing, and it is 0-1 here. Fireworks set to follow here tonight. No balls, 1 strike to Romero. And it is Shaw in the on-deck circle. That only made sense. Down low, it is a ball and a strike. Teller hasn't bounced any, but 5 of the 7 pitches he's thrown have been below the knees. It's 1-1 on Romero, and there's another. 2-1. He gets it up too far. He's going to get hurt, but you'd almost rather that he do that at the moment as opposed to giving up another walk. Mazzilli is at first with nobody out. 2 balls and a strike to Romero, and this gets the fans into the game. Ground ball pulled foul past the third base coach's box. Darren Downs still occupies it. 2-2. Mazzilli, the runner at first. This is a big pitch for Teller. Two balls, 2 strikes to Debinson Romero. Alaman cheats toward the bag at second. There's a ton of room on the right side. Teller's motion, the pitch, and that is hammered deep down the left field line, hooking and foul. So that's the level where you don't want to put a pitch to Romero, but he was out ahead of it, and a harmless, though scary, foul ball. Two, the continuing count. Teller has had a bit of a problem with the long ball. He's given up 5 in his 24 innings of work. Still learning. 2-2 pitch. Outside past De La Rosa and to the backstop. That'll give Mazzilli second base. He overthrew it. And now to Romero, it is 3-2. Very rarely this year have the Barnstormers been able to put a game away easily. They did against West Virginia last Sunday, winning 11-1. Somehow there's always a little bit of a scare in the late innings. Davidson Romero bats 3-2 with the runner in scoring position. The set, Teller with the payoff, fouled to the backstop. Into the padding. Healthy swing once again by Davidson Romero. 3-2, the holding count. Romero from Santo Domingo. Got to AAA, never the big leagues. Here comes the payoff again, and this is drilled to center. Fading back is Deaza. He'll make the catch. Mazzilli is going to tag and head to third. The throw will come in, but very late. The fans can get excited about Mazzilli advancing to third, but what that is an out. The Barnstormers do not care about outs advancing runners right now. They just need the outs. Chris Shaw is the batter, first time up for him. He is the third right fielder that has been used tonight by manager Wally Backman. He started with Turbo out there. Fields took over for about an inning, and Shaw has come on. He's hitting 176, 4 doubles, a couple of runs batted in. Teller cannot find the range. Ball one is outside. It's 1-0. 10-2 Lancaster, bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out, and Mazzilli over at third. The pitch down and in for ball 2 to the left-handed batter, the first one that Teller has seen. Lancaster still needs to pick up 5 more outs, an 8-run lead. You shouldn't be terribly concerned. The 2-0 fouled over the net, and that hit some kind of fascia sign up above. 2-1. Berardi, the third baseman, waits on deck. And they've still got some availability off the bench should they decide to use it. 2-1 pitch is right there, a second strike on Shaw. They've got Hector Sanchez, the other catcher. Ramon Flores, although we haven't seen him in this series. 2-2 pitch, just fouled. Protective swing by Shaw. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner at third. Target set by De La Rosa. Here's the pitch. He got him, a swing and a miss. Shaw is gone. That is the second out. Teller with a big strikeout there, and Berardi will step in. He is 1 for 3. Two outs. Mazzilli 90 feet away. Hoover about even with the bag at third. Teller to the plate. It's popped up. Looks like Brent's going to be out of the inning. Rendon will put it away. Great job done by Teller after a little bit of a shaky start to his 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the Ducks leave the runner at third base. We'll go to the ninth. The Barnstormers ahead by the score of 10-2.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
The Barnstormers are up by 8 as we go to the ninth inning. Anderson, De La Rosa, Devon Torrance, and Jake Hoover scheduled. And then it will be Kelly, De La Cruz, and Frias in the lower half of the ninth inning. And you could see Teller come back out, but there are undeniably options. Rivero could pitch a second straight night. Wanger, Laporte, who just faced one batter last night. Tyler got the last out in the eighth inning. Here is De La Rosa. Anderson officially 1 for 3. He scored twice. 10-2 ball game. De La Rosa with a single and has been hit by a pitch. Facing DeSanti for the first time, and they gave De La Rosa an enormous alley out in left center. The pitch, breaking ball, bounces away. 1-0 to Anderson. Next delivery off the inside corner and ball 2. It is 2-0. Trying to keep tabs on the Southern Maryland York game. And right now, it's just of interest. You don't know how that York team has come back together. You don't know if Southern Maryland has all of what it takes. It looks like they do. 3-0. This division is going to be tight and interesting down to the finish. Right now, it would benefit the Barnstormers if York were to win that game. Lancaster would be back in sole possession of first place, but boy, do we trust a York team down the stretch. 3 balls, no strikes to De La Rosa. DeSanti drills it in the zone, and here we go again. This was the story of the 8th inning. DeSanti getting to ball 3. He lost Deaza, but the next 2 guys fouled out and struck out looking. De La Rosa up there at 3-1. Tons of room in left center here. The pitch, Della will get the walk. He's on for the 3rd time. Leadoff man on in the Barnstormers' 9th inning. Torrance will come to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. He drew a walk against Mazzaro. De Leon, the starter, didn't walk anybody in 6 innings. Lancaster has now drawn 4 off the bullpen. So they're now in the middle of the 8th. York and Southern Maryland, 8 apiece. West Virginia finishes off the shutout of High Point. Eli Villanueva doing the deed. A ball is outside to Torrance, 1-0. Cooper Cassad, the pitcher of the month in the league for July, takes the loss. Lexington 13, Gastonia 8, bottom half of the 8th inning. As I said, that's a pitcher's duel when those 2 clubs get together. Ball 2 is outside and low. DeSanti has missed with 6 out of 7 here in the top half of the ninth inning. 2 balls and no strikes. Torrance stares at one all the way through. The strike taken. And now 2-1. A check of the runner at first. De La Rosa, I assure you, is going nowhere. Here's a 2-1. That is inside, and Torrance gains an edge at 3-1. Last night, everything went Long Island's way. Tonight, pretty much it's broken for the Barnstormers. The runs in this series are even at 11. Ball 4 is outside. Back-to-back walks open the ninth inning. Jake Hoover has 2 hits and 3 runs batted in tonight. He's also handled 1 hot line drive off the bat of Frias. That's the only play he's had over at third. Now a conversation will take place at the mound. De La Rosa at second, Torrance at first with nobody out. DeSanti snaps off his curveball. He hasn't had that, and it's ball 1 to Hoover. Next one, fastball is through. Jake taking it, and it's a ball and a strike. Barnstormers leading here in the top half of the ninth inning by 8. They first took the lead on a Caleb Gindel home run back in the third inning. But it's been Dugan and Hoover that have had the big nights. DeSanti 1-1 to Hoover. It is upstairs. Ball 2. Clay Luis Rendon waits on deck. DeSanti appears a little frustrated. Fouled off to the right side, 2-2. Barnstormers with a run in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the fifth, and 4 in the seventh. Hoover waits on the 2-2. DeSanti's been tough to hit. Here's the pitch. That's the curveball, and this one gets there. Strike 3 called. Second called third strike for DeSanti. And now Clay Luis Rendon comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Two on with 1 out. DeSanti sets to Rendon. It's fouled to the screen. 0-1. Third pitcher used. They've all been right-handed tonight for Wally Backman's club. 6 innings for De Leon, 1 for Mazzaro. DeSanti in his second inning of work. Here's the 0-1. Rendon knocks it foul and out of play. DeSanti has him at 0-2. Gindle's on deck, and barring a double play, he'll get another shot. He is 2 for 5 in the game with 3 runs scored. First and second with 1 down. Rendon checks a swing on a breaking ball down and in. He held in time. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. West Virginia with the shutout victory over High Point. The Power needed that. They had slipped 3 games behind the Rockers in the standings. Rendon with a late swing fouls that one away. He was worried that breaking ball was going to get back to the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes with runners at first and second and 1 gone. DeSanti sets. Here's the pitch. That one well off the outside corner. 2-2. There hasn't been a ball put in play here in the top of the 9th inning. 20 pitches thrown by Michael DeSanti. The stretch, and now the pitch, and another foul as Rendon continues to protect the plate. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 on, 1 out. This at bat has turned into a long one. DeSanti working out of the stretch. Rendon yanks it into right field, a base hit. Coming up with it is Shaw, and Bianchi will hold De La Rosa at third. Clea Luis Rendon picks up the Barnstormers' 13th hit of the night, the first off DeSanti, and Gindle, for the 2nd straight plate appearance, will bat with the bases loaded. Last time, he fouled out to third. 2 for 5 for Gindle in the game tonight. He has hit his 26th home run. De La Rosa, Torrance, and Rendon take their leads. DeSanti to Gindle, beaten foul for a strike. It is 0-1. Blake Allemond is the on-deck batter for the Barnstormers. He has 1 hit in 5 trips. To Gindle, ground ball pulled foul. It's 0-2. DeSanti has the opportunity to get out of this inning without a scrape. Bases loaded with 1 out. Gindle would love to be able to put an exclamation point on this game. De La Rosa leads from third. Torrance from second. Rendon from first. The 0-2 is punched to left center field. Sprinting over on it is Kelly. He'll make the catch. De La Rosa will tag and head home. Gindle makes it 11-2 with a sacrifice fly. And Blake Allemond will step to the plate. The 68th run batted in for Gindle on the year, trailing his teammate Kelly Dugan, who now has 70. Allemond will bat with Torrance and Rendon on, 2 outs in this 11-2 contest. DeSanti working out of the stretch, and that pitch balloons high and outside, but De La Cruz had plenty of time to react to it. Allemond batting at 1-0. Diaz is on deck. The set and to Blake. Ball 2 is upstairs, 2-0. Next offering, check swing and a little trickler foul in back of the plate. Allemond at 2 balls and 1 strike. A 9-run cushion for the Barnstormers in the top of the 9th inning. This ball club has come out with a vengeance tonight. After a couple of very slow nights or slow games at the plate. Ball 3 is inside and low. And you might be looking at De Aza batting with the bases loaded. 1 hit, 3 walks for DeSanti. He's had to toss the baseball about 50 times. Here's the 3-1. Ball 4 is outside to Blake. And here comes De Aza. 3 out of 4 for Alejandro tonight. He has scored 3 times. He's also drawn a walk. Romero cut his 1 ground ball off from getting into the hole and got a force play out of it. Oh, I knew they weren't over. The Lexington and Gastonia, the run scoring continues. It's now 16-6 in the top of the 9th inning. 2 outs, bases full, and De Aza gets a fastball well off the plate. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Let's see, last night it was 15-6. 137 runs have scored in the last 5 meetings between those 2 clubs. That is crazy. 1-0, and DeSantis misses badly again. De Aza up there, 2 balls and no strikes. Dugan is on deck. Didn't know that he would step into the batter's box again, but there's a legitimate shot here if De Aza reaches base. Here's a 2-0. Alejandro spins a foul out of play to the left. 2-1. DeSanti, the third right-hander used by Wally Backman in the game. The Barnstormers also have exclusively used right-handers. We thought that Tommy Shirley would be pitching tonight. He's a scratch. Zach Smith, it appears, will be inserted into that slot tomorrow. Second strike is taken by De Aza. It is 2-2. Dugan may not get that chance after all. (11-2). The Barnstormers on top here. 2-2. Ball 3 is outside. The count is full. DeSanti facing his 7th batter of this inning, and just about everybody has been up there for quite a lengthy spell of time. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the payoff. It's blistered up the middle past Frias and into center field. 1 run scores. A second is on the way as Torrance and Rendon are both home. De Aza with his 4th hit of the night. It is now 13-2, and here is Dugan. A 4-hit game for Alejandro. It is the 3rd time that De Aza's had 4 or more hits in a game this season. He has had as many as 5. Dugan is 3 for 5 with 5 runs batted in. He needs a triple for the cycle. 13-2 the score, and that's badly high and outside for ball 1. And Brent Teller is in the on-deck circle with a bat in hand. 2 outs and 2 on here. 1 ball and nothing from DeSanti. Inside and low for ball 2. Teller does have a base hit. Allemond at second. De Aza, the runner at first. He has officially reached base 8 of his last 9 plate appearances now. The 2-0, ball 3, that will go all the way to the backstop. To third goes Alamund on the wild pitch. To second, Deaza. This has turned into a messy inning for DeSanti, who is really struggling. And Wally Backman does not want to make a pitching change with 2 outs in an inning. Ross did that last night. Here's a 3-0. Dugan looks at a strike. It's 3-1. And we're not terribly far from the Bronx, so you know what kind of a cheer we're getting. Here's the 3-1 offering. Dugan gets the base on balls, and Teller will step in with the bases loaded. Darren Downs is going to visit the mound. Bases are full. There have been 4 walks, 2 hits in the inning, along with a sac fly and a strikeout. Teller's not an easy out. We'll see if he can just continue to pad the lead, which now stands at 11. Teller is 1 for 3 with an RBI. He has walked twice. He's got the eye, as we have seen. Two outs, bases loaded. The Barnstormers sent 10 men to the plate in the 7th inning against Mazzaro, and this is the 9th man to bat against DeSanti here in the 9th. They are full with 2 outs as Teller digs in. The first pitch from DeSanti is inside. It is ball 1-0, 13-2. Lancaster leading, 14 Barnstormers hits. 2 of them have left the yard. Teller looking and takes a strike. It is 1-1. As the pitch count for DeSanti is now up over 60. 1-1 to Teller. He'll look at a second strike. Now DeSanti, 1 pitch from closing out the inning. Alamund, Deaza, and Dugan take their leads. Teller bats at 1-2. And the pitch, high bouncer right side of the infield. Charging in is Lombardozzi. He'll get rid of it and cut down Teller over at first. 4-3. Brent gets the ball in play. Lombardozzi, a nice job charging that to cap off the inning. But for the Barnstormers, it's 3 more runs, 2 hits, no errors, and Lancaster leaves 3. We're headed to the bottom half of the 9th inning. The Barnstormers enjoying a 13-2 advantage.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
We hit the bottom of the 9th inning. Ty Kelly and Juan De La Cruz and Vladimir Frias scheduled against Brent Teller, who just batted and had to try and leg out a ground ball. got himself in trouble last inning, a walk and a wild pitch right off the bat, and then he retired 3 hitters in a row. Took a while to get there. This has been somewhat of a long, drawn-out game here tonight, but for the Barnstormers, a productive one. 13-2 the score. And here is Ty Kelly, 1 for 2 with a walk tonight. Barnstormers look to stay over the 500 mark. In fact, go to 2 over with a win tonight. By the way, a win here. Now this is a painful point. I'll get to it in a sec. First pitch to Kelly is a strike to the outside corner. It's 0-1. But a win here tonight would guarantee that the Barnstormers will have a better record than they had in 2019. 0-1 pitch. Fastball is down. It is 1-1. And that guarantee will come with 34 games to go. Teller comes back. Kelly looks at a fastball below the knees. So it is 2 balls and a strike here. 13-2, just starting off the bottom half of the 9th inning. Brent is ready. Here's a 2-1. He is off the outside corner for ball 3 and a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Trying to just pick up these final 3 outs to Kelly. Strike 2. A full count starting off the 9th. Teller getting to work. 2 innings here tonight. Here's the payoff. He lost him. Kelly is on with the leadoff walk, the second he has drawn. 5 walks given up by Lancaster pitching, now 7 issued by the Ducks, all from their bullpen. Teller's longest stint of the season, he's gone 3 innings twice, both times against Lexington. He's given up 1 run in those 3 innings both times. Here is the catcher, De La Cruz, who does not play often, 147 hitter. Teller misses to him. Inside for a ball, it is 1-0. Could be all about legging out that ground ball, swing and a miss. De La Cruz tried to do plenty of damage to that pitch. He missed, and it's 1-1. He has 5 hits in 34 at-bats, none for extra bases. He has driven in 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Teller to the plate, swing and a miss. De La Cruz may have helped Brent's cause, and it's 1-2. Not sure that pitch had the strike zone. Teller ready to go. 1-2. He got him. A swing and a miss. De La Cruz put away. Teller strikes out his second. With 1 gone, Vladimir Frias will step in. Frias 2 for 4. And if there was a moment that may have finished off this game for the Barnstormers, it was Frias lining out to lead off the 7th against Eads. Although at the time the lead was 8. But talk about taking the starch out of the sails. Long Island's last hit was Frias' RBI single with 2 outs in the 4th inning. They've gotten 3 walks since then. Teller goes to work on Frias, swing and a miss. And Vlad is down a strike. It is 0-1. They've gone to the bottom of the 9th in York, still tied. The Blue Crabs and the Revs. York coming in beginning on Tuesday. Off the corner, and Frias bats at 1-1. Teller needs 2 more outs to put this game to bed. The date game coming up tomorrow. Zach Smith against Brendan Feldman. One ball, one strike with one out. And Teller is high and outside with his fastball. We go to 2-1. Kelly is standing there off first base. If he wants to run to second, nobody's going to stop him. 2-1 pitch. Frias fouls it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One thing about the Atlantic League this season, there have been far more of this type of game than we've ever seen before. And a good part of the reason for that is the thin level of pitching. Because, you know, if you're trailing in a ball game, as we've seen tonight with the Ducks, we've seen it before with the Barnstormers, you don't go to your top-of-the-line experienced relievers. That's when, in a lot of the cases, the kids come in. And the lead gets expanded even more. Fouled away. Then you add the double hook rule to it, which can enhance one-sided ball games. It's one of the downside there. I really do like the idea. Maybe ultimately some kind of modified version of it. But in general, I've liked that idea since it was delivered as one of the rule changes this year. Here's a 2-2. Frias checks. The ball hops away from De La Rosa, and that will give Kelly second base. Vladimir Frias batting at 3 balls and 2 strikes. I'll tell you, these fans, especially that one fella about 3 or 4 rows below me, is still demonstrating a lot of energy in a ball game that has taken over 3.5 hours, and it's 13-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Frias. Lombardozzi's on deck. Teller ready to go. And the pitch is hit high in the air, center field. The so-called can of corn for De Aza. That's out number 2. And Lombardozzi is the last hope for the Long Island Ducks here tonight. Both clubs, the way this series has gone, will have their prime relievers tomorrow should we get into a late inning battle. The Barnstormers will have Moya and Schumann for the back end. To Lombardozzi, it is low for a ball, 1-0. And the Ducks will have Dragmeyer and Barnes, and I guess you could throw Griswold in there. What a find he's been out of that draft league. 1-0. Next pitch, again missing. Ball 2 and no strikes to Lombardozzi. On deck is Clint Freeman. Forgot about him as an available pinch hitter. He pitched last night. 2 balls and nothing. Lombardozzi hits it high in the air, but curling out of play down the left field side. It is 2-1 on the switch batting second baseman. And there's a ground ball to first. Dugan will take it. He feeds Teller, and that will do it here tonight. The Barnstormers win big. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left for the Ducks in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Lancaster responds to the 2-game losing streak, the 9-1 defeat last night, with a huge victory this evening. They can savor this one, but not for long, as they'll be taking the field once again in a little over 15 hours. Back to wrap it up in a moment. Our final, the Barnstormers 13 and the Long Island Ducks 2.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Big win for the Lancaster Barnstormers here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark on a Saturday evening. Lancaster with 13 runs, 14 hits, no errors, 10 left. And for Long Island, 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, 9 runners left on base. The win to Cameron Gann, he's 2-0. The loss to Anderson De Leon, he drops to 4-4 on the season. No save tonight. Home runs for Caleb Gindel, leading off the third inning, his 26th of the year, and then Kelly Dugan with a 3-run shot in the 5th, his 12th long ball of the season. 3 hours, 33 minutes, the time of our game tonight, 56-21 on hand here in Central Islip. They now sit back and enjoy the fireworks. There was not much for the home folks to cheer about, much as they tried at points here tonight, as the Barnstormers finish off the Ducks 13-2. Long Island did score first. L.J. Mazzilli with an RBI single off of Cameron Gann in the first inning. Cameron allowed the first 4 batters he faced to reach. Vladimir Frias single to start the game, was thrown out stealing. The next 3 reached, combining to score a run. Gann was able to get out of that inning, and the only other run he or any other Barnstormer allowed tonight came on a 2-out RBI single by Vladimir Frias in the 4th. The Barnstormers went to work in the top of the second inning. Anderson De La Rosa singled to left, went to second on a wild pitch, to third on a deep fly out to right by Devon Torrance, and De La scored on a base hit through the left side by Jake Hoover. Caleb Gindel homered leading off the third inning. The Barnstormers were not done there as Deaza and Dugan collected back-to-back base hits. Trayvon Robinson with a sacrifice fly to make it 3-1. After Long Island got that second run on the board to trim the lead back to 1, the 5th inning started with Caleb Gindel hitting a little roller on the right side that went under the do-or-die barehanded effort by the second baseman Lombardozzi. 1 out later, Alejandro Deaza picked up the 3rd of his 4 hits in the game, driving a double into the right field corner. Kelly Dugan then stepped in and walloped a deep 3-run homer to straightaway right field. That made it a 6-2 ball game. In the 7th inning, Dugan added a 2-run double and Hoover a 2-run single. They had the big nights tonight, and it was 10-2. The Barnstormers polished off the scoring with 3 in the top of the 9th. Caleb Gindel knocking in 1 with a sacrifice fly. Alejandro Deaza getting 2 more home with a base hit into center on his 4th hit of tonight's contest. So the Barnstormers take this one 13-2. Taking a look at those other scores around the Atlantic League, everything has just about come to a conclusion. They're in the bottom of the 9th in York. Southern Maryland and the Revs are tied at 8. Matt Latos is now in for the Blue Crabs. Lexington leads Gastonia 17-9. I knew that scoring wasn't done. They're in the bottom half of the 9th inning. And West Virginia, behind Eli Villanueva, a former Barnstormer, shuts out High Point 4-0 this evening. So West Virginia back within 2 in the South. The Barnstormers may come out of the night with a 1-run lead in the North. We do not know that at this particular point in time. Final score here, 13-2. Tomorrow we'll be with you at 1:30 in the afternoon. The Barnstormers will have Zach Smith going in the ball game tomorrow, and he will match up against Brendan Feldman. Smith is coming off a solid performance on Tuesday night on the road trip opener, though he did not get the win. That went to the bullpen with the late rally. Smith 1-2 for the Barnstormers. Feldman 5-3 for the Long Island Ducks. And again, we'll bring it your way on the Barnstormers YouTube channel beginning at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Until then, for our video producer Ryan Cortazzo and all the cast and crew back at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Home Appliances of East Petersburg, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.